separate it. Because all the traditions which has become monastic based, the monk based, removed the mother component from the original source. I do not want that to happen to my tradition. That is why I put Devi in the lap itself and took care. Always Shiva is holding with one hand. Because usually the socio-political laws, the masculine part takes over and the feminine part gets destroyed. The spiritual truths, I don't want that to happen to my tradition. Mother worship is
of Rudrabhishekam, the sacred ritualistic bath ceremony offered to Sri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Swayambhulinga here in Kailasa, Los Angeles. Before we begin the ritual of Rudrabhishekam, we request everyone present here and online to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand, declare truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand, declare the truth that Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, Swayambhulinga, and the Bhogamurtis are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiment and representative of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand, declare truth that the Abhishekam I am offering will directly reach the cosmic source of energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand, declare truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now begin the rituals of the Rudrabhishekam. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिखिलधृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानो दुष्टारं शिरसि पनिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषां वरुणगिरियोगी विजयते आचम्य सकलीकृत्य सामान्यर्घ्यं सङ्कल्प्य ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय ॐ अथात्मानगुं शिवात्मानगुं श्रीरुद्ररूपं ध्यायेत् शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काशं त्रिनेत्रं पञ्चवक्त्रकं गङ्गाधरं दशभुजं सर्वाभरणभूषितं नीलग्रीवं शशाङ्काङ्कं नागयज्ञोपवीतिनं व्याघ्रचर्मोत्तरीयं च वरेण्यमभयप्रदं कमण्डलवक्षसूत्राणां धारिणं शूलपाणिनं ज्वलन्तं पिङ्गलजटाशिखामुद्योतधारिणम् अमृतेनाप्लुतं शान्तं दिव्यभोगसमन्वितं दिग्देवतासमायुक्तं सुरासुरनमस्कृतं नित्यं च शाश्वतं शुद्धं ध्रुवमक्षरमव्ययं सर्वव्यापिनमीशानं रुद्रं वै विश्वरूपिणम् एवं ध्यात्वा द्विजः सम्यक् ततो यजनमारभेत् प्रजनने ब्रह्मास्तिष्ठतो पादयोर्विष्णुस्तिष्ठतो हस्तयोर्हरस्तिष्ठतो बाह्वोरिन्द्रस्तिष्ठतो जठरे अग्निस्तिष्ठतो हृदये शिवस्तिष्ठतो कण्ठे वसवस्तिष्ठन्तो वक्त्रे सरस्वती तिष्ठतो नासिकयोर्वायुस्तिष्ठतो नयनयो चन्द्रादित्यौ तिष्ठेतां कर्णयोऽश्विनौ तिष्ठेतां ललाटे रुद्रास्तिष्ठन्तो मूर्ध्न्यादित्यास्तिष्ठन्तो शिरसि महादेवस्तिष्ठतो शिरसि शिखायां वामदेवस्तिष्ठतो पृष्ठे पिनाकी तिष्ठतो पुरतः शूली तिष्ठतो पार्श्वे शिवाशङ्करौ तिष्ठेतां सर्वतो वायुस्तिष्ठतो ततो बहिः सर्वतोऽग्निर्ज्वालामाला परिवृतस्तिष्ठतो सर्वेष्वङ्गेषु सर्वा देवता यथास्थानं तिष्ठन्तो मां रक्षन्तु अग्निर्मे वाजिश्रितः वाग्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि वायुर्मे प्राणे श्रितः प्राणो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि सूर्यो मे चक्षुषि श्रितः चक्षुर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि चन्द्रमा मे मनसि श्रितः मनो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि दिशो मे श्रोत्रे श्रुताः श्रोत्रगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आपो मे रेतशुश्रिताः रेतो हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पृथिवी मे शरीरे श्रिताः शरीरगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ओषधिवनस्पतयो मे लोमशुश्रिताः लोमानि हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि इन्द्रो मे बले श्रितः बलगुं हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पर्जन्यो मे मूर्ध्नि श्रितः मूर्धा हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि ईशानो मे मन्युश्रितः मन्युर्हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि आत्माम् आत्मनि श्रितः आत्मा हृदये हृदयं मयि अहममृते अमृतं ब्रह्मणि पुनर्म आत्मा पुनरायुरागात् पुनः प्राणः पुनराकूतमागात् वैश्वानरो रश्मिभिर्वावृदानः अन्तस्तिष्ठत्वमृतस्य गोपाः अस्य श्रीरुद्राध्याय प्रश्नमहामन्त्रस्य अघोरऋषिः अनुष्टुप् छन्दः शङ्करशरमूर्तिस्वरूपो योऽसावादित्यः परमपुरुषस्य एष रुद्रो देवता नमः शिवायेति बीजं शिवतरायेति शक्तिः महादेवायेति कीलकं श्रीशाम्बसदाशिवप्रसादसिद्ध्यर्थे जपे विनियोगः ॐ अग्निहोत्रात्मने अङ्गुष्ठाभ्यां नमः दर्शपूर्णमास्यात्मने तर्जनीभ्यां नमः चातुर्मास्यात्मने मध्यमाभ्यां नमः निरूढपशुबन्धात्मने अनामिकाभ्यां नमः ज्योतिष्टोमात्मने कनिष्ठिकाभ्यां नमः सर्वक्रत्वात्मने करतलकरपृष्ठाभ्यां नमः अग्निहोत्रात्मने हृदयाय नमः दर्शपूर्णमास्यात्मने शिरसे स्वाहा चातुर्मास्यात्मने शिकायै वशते निरूढपशुबन्धात्मने कवचायुहुं ज्योतिष्ठोमात्मने नेत्रत्रयाय वौषटे सर्वकृत्वात्मने अस्त्राय फटे भूर्भुवस्वरोमदिग्बन्धः ध्यानम् आपातालनभस्तलान्तभुवनब्रह्माण्डमाविस्फुर ज्योतिस्फाटिकलिङ्गमौलिविलसत्पूर्वेन्दुवान्तामृतैः अस्तोकाप्लुतमेकमीशमनिशं रुद्रानुवाङ्काञ्जपन् ध्याये दीप्सितसिद्धये ध्रुवपदं विप्रोऽभिषिञ्चेच्छिवं ब्रह्माण्डव्याप्तदेहाभसितहिमरुचा भासमाना भुजङ्गैः कण्ठे कालाकबर्दा कलितशशिकलाश्चन्दकोदन्तहस्ताः त्रक्षा रुद्राक्षमालाः प्रकटितविभवा शाम्भवा मूर्तिभेदा रुद्रा श्रीरुद्रसूक्तः प्रकटितविभवा नः प्रयच्छन्तु सौख्यम् ॐ गणानां त्वा गणपतिगं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पद आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिस्सीदसादनं महागणपतये नमः सं च मे मयश्च मे प्रियं च मे नु कामश्च मे सोमनसश्च मे भद्रं च मे श्रेयश्च मे वस्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविडं च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च मे धृतिश्च मे विश्वं च मे महश्च मे संविच्च मे ज्ञात्रं च मे सोश्च मे प्रसोश्च मे क्षीरं च मे लयश्च मृतं च मे मृतं च मे यक्ष्मं च मे नामयच्च मे जीवातुश्च मे दीर्घायुत्वं च मे न मित्रं च मे भयं च मे सुगं च मे शयनं च मे सुषा च मे सुदिनं च मे ओम शांति शांति शांतिः अभिषेक आरंभः ओम ओम नमो भगवते रुद्राय ओम नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उतो दैशवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुत ते नमः या दैश शिवतमा शिवं बभूवते तनुः शिवा सरव्या या तवतया नो रुद्रमडया या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोरा पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुभाषं समया गिरिहन्ता विचाकशीः यामिषं गिरिशन्तहस्ते विभष्यस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरुमाहिगुंसेः पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वत्सा त्वां गिरिजाच्छावदामसि स्मृतानस्तप्रमित्यकृतयत्नकुं सुमना अस्ते अध्यवोचति वक्ता प्रथमो धैर्योऽभिषक् अहीगिश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वा आशयातु धान्यः असोव्यस्ताम्रो अर्णतबभ्रुस्तु मङ्गलः ये क्षेमागुं रुद्रा अपितो दिक्षुश्रुता सहस्रशो वै शाकुं हेदहीमहे असोव्यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उतैनं गोपा अधुषण्णतिषण्णतहार्यः उतैनं विश्वाभूतानि सृष्टोमडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीरुषे अतो ये अद्भुतत्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करं नमः प्रमुञ्चतन्वनस्तुपयोरात्म्योऽस्यां याचते हस्तैषवः पराता भगवोऽवप अवदर्जितनुस्तुतं सहस्राक्षुषुदे निशीर्यशल्यानामुखा शिवो न सुमना भव विद्युद्रकपर्दिनो विशल्यो भानवागुम् उत अनेशन्नस्य शिव आपुरश्चनि सङ्गतिः याते हेतिर्निकृष्टमहस्ते बभूवते दनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्तमयक्ष्मया परिभुज नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधायानादताय विष्णवे उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धर्मणे परिते धर्मणो हेतिरस्मान् गृणक्तु विश्वतः अदो य इषुदिष्टवारे अस्मन्निदे हितं शम्भवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय नित्यानन्दाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यवाहवे सेनान्यदिशाञ्चपतये नमो नमो विश्वेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सत्सुन्दराय धीमते पतीनां पतये नमो नमः पब्लुषाय विव्याजनेनानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीते भक्तानां पतये नमो नमः भवद्विहेत्ये जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय प्रसादिने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूतायाहन्त्याय यवनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्थपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्ते वायुवत्पताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्चये घोषाय कन्देते पत्नीनां पतये नमो नमः कृष्णवीताय धावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमस्तहमानाय व्याजन व्याजनीनां पतये नमो नमः सुगुबानि जनने तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषितमिते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते तायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचैरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमस्त्रकाविभ्यो जिगागुं सद्योमुक्तां पतये नमो नमस्त्रमध्यानक्षान्तरभ्यः प्रकृतानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीर्णे गिरित्राय कीर्तानां पतेन मौनम् उष्कृत्योतन्मातृभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् आतन्मानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् आयच्छद्योभृत्यभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो षद्योविद्यभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् आसीनेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् स्वपद्योजाकृभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनमस्तिश्च द्योदावद्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् सभाभिसभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः व्याजनीभ्यो विद्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् उगनाभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् वृत्तेभ्यो वृत्तपतिभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् महद्यहर्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् रतिभ्यो रतेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् रतेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् सेनाभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनमः शत्रुभ्यः सङ्ग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् अस्तिभ्यो रथकालेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् कुलालेभ्यः कर्मालेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो विचारेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् शिवद्योतन्विसृभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् मृगेभ्यः स्वनेभ्यश्च वो नमोऽनम् स्वभ्यः स्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय पद्मते च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च श्रीकण्ठाय च नमः कपद्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय झदतन्मने च नमो गिरिशाय च विष्टाय च नमो वीरश्रमाय शेषमदे च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वरिशीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृत्वने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आसवे च गिराय च नमः श्रीव्याय च श्रीव्याय च पूर्ण्याय च रक्षण्याय च नमस्तोत्स्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो दिव्याय च हनन्याय च नमो दृष्टिने च प्रमशाय च नमो धूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुद्धमते च नमः श्रीकृष्णे च वेत्सार्जुने च नमः स्वायधाय च रङ्गणे च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः भाग्याय च नीत्याय च नमः स्तोत्याय च रस्याय च नमः नाट्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कोट्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वास्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः साम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पतिपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वदाय च दूरे वदाय च नमो हन्त्रे रहनीयते च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमः ताराय नमः शम्भवे च न्योभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मेश्वराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः स्तेत्याय च कूल्याय च नमः भार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रकरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आचार्याय च लाड्याय च नमस्याय च धेन्याय च नमः तिगत्याय च प्रपाक्याय च नमः हिरण्याय च प्रपद्याय च नमः गन्धद्वारां धुरां दर्शां नित्यपुष्टाङ्करीषिणीम् ईश्वरीगुं सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपह्पये श्रियं गन्धान् धारयामि गन्धस्योपरि हरिद्रा कुङ्कुमचूर्णं समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि अथ धूपः ॐ धूर्वसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयो ओस्मान् धूर्वतितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामजितस्मितमं सत्कृतमं दुष्कृतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमशेर्हविर्दानं त्रिसंहस्य माह्वा मित्रस्य द्वाचक्षिता प्रेक्षेमाभिर्मातं विक्ता मा त्वाहिगुं शिशुम् ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः धूपमाग्रापयामि अथ दीपः ॐ मुक्तिभ्यः स्वजातवेदोपग्निर्ब्रह्ममा पशुभिश्चमश्चमावह जीवनं चदिशो दिश मानोहितं शेषजातवेदो कामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिभ्रतज्ञ आगहि श्रियामा परिपातय ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं दर्शयामि नैवेद्यम् ॐ मधुवातारुतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माद्वीर्नक्तन्त्वौषधीः मधुनक्तमुतौषधि मधुवत्पार्थिवपिण्डजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुवानो वनस्पतिर्मधुवागुमस्तु सूर्यः माद्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः माधो 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 ॐ श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नीराजनं सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजा सन्राज्यो वासो मे नेजते देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति एतावन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एनं पुनस्तुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः मङ्गलनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि क्षमा प्रार्थना जपं समर्प्य ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षच्छ भयशङ्कर शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वम् इदं जगते शिवो यतिति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. With this, we come to the end of the ritual of Rudrabhishekam. Thank you, Nityanandam.
this Brahmotsava year, means 2011. This year, not only hundreds of times more energy explosion, hundreds of times more, we will be creating even temples, centers, ashrams, transforming millions of devotees. Above all this so-called bad publicity will completely turn into good publicity. That is what is going to happen this year. Understand? Straight away, if you do good publicity, people don't listen. People don't pay attention. You can't get their attention. Really, I'm telling you. 7,000 hours I spoke. Who was looking at me? I did not do anything. Somebody produced 7 minutes video. And the whole world is looking at me now. Now whatever I do is a news. Whether I leave the hair open or tie the hair. Or I put the yellow cloth or red cloth or white cloth or green cloth. Anything I do is news now. Understand? We just got the attention of the international media. Now we will turn the whole thing positive and tell them exactly what we are doing. And I want all of you to know, media are not bad people. Really, I'm telling you, media are not bad people. We just need to tell them what we are doing, the amount of good things we are doing. We will not only tell them, we will show them. We will not only tell them this year, we will show them. Understand? The amount of physical healing, mental healing, and energy expression, and spiritual auspicious things happening will be hundreds of times more than anything you have seen. You will see. You will see. Actually, when last year I predicted, some people may be feeling, no, what Swamiji predicted did not come true. No. It has come true in much better way. In much better way. And now, it's like when we do a surgery, we open the body, remove the tumor and throw it away, then do surgery. Do the stitching and the recovery happens, healing is happening. So people who see the tumor size, they think, oh God, something is wrong. No, we removed it, understand? We have started accumulating unnecessary fat. Unnecessary fat is not only load, dangerous. So we just removed them. Removed all of them. And the unnecessary fat and tumor also should know it can be alive only as long as it is connected to the main body. When it is removed, you don't need to kill them. They will die by themselves. So, understand, it's time we are recovering, recouping and healing. And healing. So, it's time we need to heal. And we are healing. I could see very clearly the intense energy expressing through my body. Please understand, Cosmos is not angry with us. It is celebrating our presence. Only the people who carry negativity in their head and whole body are angry with us. So, of course, their anger is no use and their anger may destroy them, that's all. nothing else. If cosmos is angry with us, it will not express such an intense energy. It will not be just doing so many miracles, so much of joy and transformation and energy expression. This very thing proves cosmos is happy with us, blissful with us, celebrating our presence. Understand? We will continue to radiate auspiciousness. Now all the tumor removal, everything is over. It is time we stand up and celebrate, and not even running our mission. It's an ordinary word. Now it is levitating and flying. Let us literally fly. It is time to fly. Not only people, the mission is also literally taking off. We become strong. Last year, our strength, we proved our strength and integrity. We really become strong. Now only we become real Sangha, understand? Till then, we had many Angas. But we never become Sangha. Now, we have become really a Sangha. So I tell you, Nityananda Sangha starts now. See, all Anga means parts. Becoming Sangha is a process. You need to remove all the Bangas. Only then it will become a Sangha. So only now we removed all adharmas, anityas, anirantaras, all the bangas. Now only we removed. So naturally the remaining angas have become Sangha. Understand? Only now we have become Sangha, an integrated, united organism, a powerful, strong, independently intelligent organization. So understand, it is time we stand together, stand strongly, proving the power of enlightenment. The power of Jivan Mukti. We have finished cleaning process. Now it is time building, creating. Actually, now only we are starting the Sangha. Whatever all these years we were doing, we were just playing and just collecting material, that's all. Collecting pebbles here and there and finding out, will these become diamond, will these become diamond, will these become diamond, that's all. Now it is the time that we stand and really radiate our enlightenment, the strength and courage. You could see very clearly this year great positive explosion. With intense, auspicious consciousness. We will radiate enlightenment. Message for this year is sharing enlightenment. First 2009, living enlightenment. 2010, radiating enlightenment. Living enlightenment means Jivan Mukti, living it. Radiating means not only you living, inspiring others to live. Sharing enlightenment means not just inspiring, literally sharing, making them live. Understand? When you radiate enlightenment, others may pick up, may not pick up. If they don't have ability, they may not pick it up. When you share, it is literally giving. So simply, they have to take it and live. Understand? I am now upgrading the mission statement and updating the vision of the mission, sharing enlightenment. We have plenty, we will share with the whole world. This year, first time, I'll be sharing the enlightenment, energy, spiritual experiences, giving boons, everything, not only through this body, through many bodies whom I pick up as Divya Shariris. This year onwards, I'll be sharing the enlightenment and energy and experience, all the auspicious things, not just through this body, through the Divya Shariris also. So we can share enlightenment to billions of people. We can initiate billions of people around the world. You'll see. Now, this persecution has given us tremendous courage and strength and taught us thousands of lessons. Earlier, we were great spiritual energies. Now, we are heroes who won the war. Through this declaration, I am announcing clearly, we won the war. We have won the war. So We are heroes. Understand? With this strength, we will do millions of wonderful things. Millions of wonderful things. And the solid proof we won the war is the cosmos is expressing more intensely through this body. That's a solid proof. Nothing else is required. You don't need any other proof. Naturally, when the energy intensely expresses through this body, so intensely, it will destroy all the negativity. If it is delaying few days, it must be having a bigger plans. Understand? Greater and bigger plans, which we may not understand now. In the end, we'll, oh God, such a nice ending. Such a beautiful climax. The time delay is worth. This climax, wow, worth waiting. I think just for that wow, only few days delay is happening. So don't worry, we won the war already. You will see the beautiful, amazing, auspiciously shocking and surprising climax. That is why cosmos is taking few days. It is more intelligent than our insecurity and mind which is caught with insecurity. So just have little patience and see cosmos beautifully giving an amazing, auspicious climax for us. So from today, we will start sharing enlightenment with the world. Not just living, not just radiating, literally sharing. When you radiate, some may not pick it up. When you share, everyone will receive it. Everyone will live it. Today's subject, surprisingly, Satyameva Jayate. Truth alone always wins. th Patanjali Sutra, in second chapter, 36th verse. I'll read the sutra. I don't know how Patanjali exactly coincided the sutra. Satya pratishtayam kriyaphalashrayatvam. Exactly today what I am sharing, the same thing. Vivekananda translates the sutra as, by being established in truthfulness, the yogi gets the power of attaining for himself and others the fruits of the work without the work. Prabhavananda translates us, when a man becomes steadfast in his abstention from falsehood, he gets the power of obtaining for himself and others the fruits of good deeds without having to perform the deeds themselves. Sachidananda translates us, to one established in truthfulness, actions and their results become subservient. Understand? If somebody is established in truthfulness, without any tapas, anything, intense auspicious energy expresses for him and whoever he wants to give for both. Please understand? When he is established in truthfulness, he can have any expression of energy for himself and for anybody. Even you don't need to do any sadhana. Even you don't need to do any sadhana. Man who is established in truthfulness, the very air which comes out of his throat, if it comes out in the form of words, it is process and elevates you to enlightenment and energy experience. If it comes out in the form of just air, straight initiation. Directly puts you into enlightenment. Please understand. Man who is established in truthfulness, if any word comes out of him, if it is logically matching you, it's a technical knowledge. If it is just consoling you, it is giving you the peace, the technique for peace, the method for giving you the restful awareness. If it expresses as the blessing for the future, it is a boon. If it expresses as a word which puts you in a higher consciousness, it is a process. If it expresses as a technique, it is a meditation. If it just expresses as a pure energy, it's an energy which puts you into the enlightenment. When somebody is established in truthfulness, not only he doesn't need to do anything, even others don't need to do anything to have any results. His very presence takes care of himself and all the people who come in his presence. Exactly what I wanted to tell today, Patanjali is describing. That is what I am saying. We prove to the cosmos we are established in truth, whatever test it does to us. So now the cosmos is showering on us, through us. Not only it fulfills whatever we want without any action, it fulfills all the people who come in our presence also and who feel connected to us also without doing any action. Understand? Exactly the message of sharing enlightenment. Now we prove to the cosmos, not only me, even my whole Sangha is established in truthfulness. See, not only I survived this attack, the teachings which I am propagating, that also survived this attack. And my Sangha also survived this attack. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, all the three, master, teachings and mission, all three survived this great religious persecution. Through this we proved all three are established in truthfulness, Satya. Understand? So naturally, now cosmos is expressing its great blessing, boon. Not only we don't need to do anything, even the people who are connected to us don't need to do anything to get anything auspicious in their life. Just it happens by itself. When you are established in truthfulness, any word which you utter, even casually, becomes truth. Any word you utter, even casually, makes people experience enlightenment. Everybody knows the Vak Siddhi of the Master. It is just because being established in truthfulness. Understand, truthfulness is not ordinary mere fact. It is something beyond your fact place. It is being established in right understanding about the self, cosmos, humanity, nature, world, and country legal system. And the people who execute that legal system. With this Vak Siddhi, I am telling you, we won the war. We won in the game. Understand? Now it's only a question of few days of visibly seeing that negativities have disappeared and positive expression is happening. Not just expression, positive explosion happening. Anything I see, it takes few days for you to see, usually. I already saw. It just takes few days for you guys to see, that's all. Till then you need to have a little bit of patience and relax from the insecurity, that's all, nothing else. The moment I say it is already delivered, you need to just open the package and see the gift, that's all. Just that takes little time, nothing else. Nowadays I started giving door delivery, whether good or bad. I am not depending on any courier and postal service. Being established in the truth just makes you in tune with the cosmos. You don't need to do anything for what you need to do. Simply it will happen because cosmos functions on the axis of truth. Same way, anybody who feels connected to you, they don't need to do anything to achieve what they want. Just because they feel connected, the very you being established in truthfulness makes them also experience whatever auspicious thing they want in their life without doing anything. It's a science, not a belief. I'll expand on this science in further satsangs. So today, I'm only giving you the gist. Truth alone always wins. Satyameva jayate. And through this declaration, the most auspicious declaration, auspiciously, I inaugurate the 34th Jayanti Brahmotsava celebrations. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang, non-violence, door to global peace. I'll be expanding on Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 86th Sutra, in 2nd chapter, 35th verse. Let's see the sutra. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. Vivekananda translates this sutra as, when the yogi is established in non-killing, in all enmities, cease in his presence. Prabhavananda translates as, when a man becomes steadfast in his abstention from harming others, then all living creatures will cease to feel enmity in his presence. In the presence of one firmly established in non-violence, all hostilities cease. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. If somebody is established in ahimsa, non-violence, in his very presence, all the negativity, hostility will completely disappear. Please understand. Not only in non-violence, any idea, if you are established in it, means even your bio-memory has become that one truth. Your bio-memory has riped into the truth. Then in your presence, whoever is there will be experiencing the truth intensely. Please understand. I am not doing anything to radiate bliss. I am just living it. My bio-memory is intensely established in it. So naturally, whoever comes around, they feel it. In anything you are established, all the people who are in your presence are bound to feel that. Please understand. We are not islands as we think. No. Truth has its own tremendous strength over your bio-memory and the people who are around you. You need to understand, your unconscious is so powerful, it exactly grasps what he means by his words and how much those words mean in his life, how much they will be useful for your life. Please understand. Your unconscious is 100 times more powerful than your conscious. That will simply know whatever you are hearing and listening from somebody, is it really true for him? Is it really going to be true for you? And is it really going to elevate your consciousness? Just see the fun. Look into your own mind. I can give you this simple analysis. Here I am sitting, only verbally saying something. I am just using only words, nothing else. But suddenly your whole being feels, pulsates, vibrates with the truth. And the truths which I am expressing are not even like things related to day-to-day affairs, like ordinary facts. 1 + 1 is 2. Is the fact which you handle every day. So to prove those facts, maybe a simple words are enough. But what I am talking is beyond your comprehension. Suddenly I am saying that this whole world which you experience is made out of the same material in which your dreams are made. It is not a day-to-day fact for you. It is not the fact you experience everyday life. No. Truth beyond the facts which you experience. But somewhere it clicks. I think he is telling the truth. Somewhere it starts sinking. And even if you are not able to believe consciously, your unconscious gets connected to it, and when you find time, automatically you Google and go to the YouTube, maybe I should spend a little more time in what he is talking. I have seen people do this very secretly. Now really, especially if you are forced and brought here by your husband or wife. Now sometime, to fulfill the family obligation or the friend's obligation, your friend will be nagging, please come. When you go and sit, the words I utter may not be a day-to-day fact for you. For example, this one truth I am saying. This whole world is made out of the same stuff out of which your dreams are made. Means if you can make your dreams, you can make this world also as you want. This is not a fact which you experience every day. It's a truth beyond your fact. But even if your consciousness does not catch it, your unconscious will feel some click, connection. Oh, feels this guy knows what he is talking. And he is very clear what he is telling. So later on, automatically you will have that temptation in corner. What he really means by that word, this world is made out of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. I came here just for healing, but this words looks true. You will start digging out. It is not the words, please understand, the words I am uttering has become my experience. When I utter these words, this whole world is made out of the same stuff in which the dreams are made. Not even 1 inch of my bio-memory, one bit of my bio-memory is resisting the truth. The whole bio-memory is in tune with the truth. I am just completely expressing the experience, the honest, in-depth experience. So naturally what happens? That honest biomemory has to touch you, has to be transmitted in your biomemory, no other way. Let me give you one story happened in my life. Then you will understand the power of being established in any truth. After my experience of my life's mission, in 2000 it happened. At the end of the 2000, maybe last part, November or December, I don't remember. I was staying in a small village near the Kanchipuram, in a hill and a small village. I was sitting under a banyan tree. And I was in a deep samadhi, but eyes are open. My eyes were open with a stretched leg. I have stretched my leg and sitting very casually, leaning on that banyan tree. I was in a deep samadhi. Maybe for 1 hour. Throughout that 1 hour, a big, at least 7 to 8 feet cobra, poisonous cobra, was lying just almost touching my body. It was just lying next to me, completely in peace, completely in rest. Not exactly on my body, but touching my body. Slowly, very slowly, after an hour, I was settling in the body. Please understand, you need to understand this important point. The moment I was settling in my body, I had a thought. I am a man, means I am a body, this body. The moment I had the thought, I am this body, the cobra had the thought, he is cobra. Till then, he did not even have the thought he is cobra. Please understand. I could see very clearly. As long as I am not feeling I am a man, that guy was not feeling he was cobra. Neither I am a threat for him, nor he is a threat for me. Complete Advaita, non-dualistic experience. I was there in Samadhi and he was there in Samadhi. He did not feel threatened by me. He did not feel this is some other body. Please understand. If you are feeling threatened by somebody, be very clear, that person also feels threatened by you. It is a basic nature. If you want to be rid of your enemy, somehow send him a message, Abhayam, I won't hurt you, don't worry. Because everybody is here to protect themselves, not to hurt others. Understand, it's a basic law. I am established in ahimsa. Abhayam sarvabhudebhyo. Any moment anybody want to correct and continue with their life, I will be the first person to say, Tadastu, so it be blissful. I am established in ahimsa. Please understand, I am telling you exactly. The moment I felt I am the body, the snake felt he is snake. I could see very clearly. My body slowly moved out, means I am trying to move my body, and that snake just raised his hood and looked at me, put his head down and just moved out. Only when I had an idea I am body, the snake had an idea he is snake. So when I felt I should move my body out, he felt he should move his body out. Anyhow, after all, I was in Samadhi, so he did not feel I am a threat, and I did not feel he is a threat, so there was no fight. But even this separation may be a threat or may not be threat, but it is separate. The moment I felt the separation, he felt the separation. When there is a separation, there can't be any friendliness. I don't want to hurt him. Because I don't want to hurt him, he doesn't want to hurt me. But let me go on when I decided, let me go with my life, he decided, let me go with my life. Please understand, this whole world is mirror. Context. How you respond to any context, same way the context responds to you. I am telling you, context is not a dead word. It is a living, independent intelligence. You always think egoistically, you are the only living mechanism. The context around you is a dead matter. No. Feeling you are more powerful than the context is ego. Understanding the context is an independent intelligence like you is understanding about life. If you understand the context, means things around you are independently intelligent like you, they do strategy planning, they do react, they do respond after an intense contemplation like you. If you have this understanding, you will not blame the world is taking revenge on you, world is torturing you, world is giving suffering to you, the context is harassing you. No. Context does not harass you. If you have the idea context is harassing you, you are harassing the context. Idea that context is harassing you is the source and justification of your violence. When you think the surrounding is harassing you, then you will justify your violence. Then now I have to be violent. Come on. The moment you justify your violence, automatically the violence done to you is justified. Context is independent intelligence. If I think I am more powerful, more intelligent than that snake, it is ego. When I understand the context, the situation, the snake is equally independent intelligent like me, that does strategy planning, that does thinking, that does intense contemplation before responding just like me, then it is an understanding. Context is independent intelligence. When you don't realize, understand, please understand, when I say context, I am not only saying that snake. I mean everything. The same thing. I can tell you another one incident. In the same village, just few days ahead of this incident, I was sitting under a tree. The tree has the long flowers. In Tamil we call Saramalli. That flower is called. That flower, you can make a garland of that flower without any thread. I don't know the English name. It's a very strong, fragrant flower. I was sitting under the tree. I am telling you one more incident on the same truth of context being independently intelligent. At least the snake, you can say, maybe my body heat has changed because I settled into the samadhi and that guy left. You can say any story. But that I'm telling you another one story. It's not a story, it's a history. Under a tree I was sitting, which has this long flowers, which can just, if you just connect one flower with other itself, you can make a garland. That's the way villagers make garland out of that flower, without using any thread or any connecting material. I was sitting under the tree. There was no breeze, nothing. Maybe evening. It was complete stillness. Such deep, restful awareness. I was completely, what to say that, what J. Krishnamurti calls as freedom from the known. When you are in deep, restful awareness, whatever you know, your mind and body will be free from it. Freedom from the known. Such deep, restful awareness. Actually, the moon was rising and sun was setting. Maybe the time around Purnima or around Purnima, I don't remember. But I could tell you, describe the scene now. Moon was rising and sun was setting. Such restful awareness. There was a small stone on which my hand was resting. I don't know what was the reason or purpose. Suddenly, very casually, I just lifted my hand and felt a strong life with that tree. The same intense life I was feeling inside my body, I felt with the tree. It is alive, just like me. Another one person is sitting next to me. When I felt that intense life in the tree, with the deep love and care, I touched the tree. I don't know how you will trust, but I am telling you exact truth as it is. The tree just literally shook itself without any breeze or air. It just shook. I don't know how many thousands of flowers. It just showered the whole flowers. When I looked up, not a single flower was left in the tree. Please understand, it just showered. When it finished, I looked up, not a single flower was left in the tree. I'm telling the honest truth. Of course, if I am talking the truth, your unconscious will simply catch it. You can't deny it. If you are able to deny it, forget about it, then I am not talking the truth. If I am talking the truth, this is the scale. You just can't deny it. You just know, maybe I am not understanding, but I don't think he is telling a lie. You know. I may not grasp it, but I don't think he is telling a lie. Simply the whole tree showered. Please understand, context is intelligent. Whether it is a tree or snake. See, because of that intense friendliness and love, even the tree showered. Because of that one line of separation, the snake went away. Context, whether it is a tree or snake or even a stone, I tell you, even a stone, Context is intelligent. So, there cannot be any harassment. If you handle the context with intelligence, with the clarity, it is intelligence. Even if from the other side the violence is initiated, when you understand the context is intelligent and handled, that's the way Krishna handled it. So much violence was invoked on Krishna. He was never violent. In a very non-violent way, he knows how to send it back to him. Non-violence is the ultimate shield and strategy, understand? Play with non-violence. It is like cutting the jackfruit after applying the oil in your hands. Indian villages, they will apply this oil before cutting the jackfruit so that the jackfruit milk will not stick in the hand. Same way, completely apply non-violence, ahimsa, to your inner space and then play even with war situations. You will see, simply you will know how to turn and send it back to them, whatever weapons they sent. Understand, context is independent, intelligent. If you understand this truth, you yourself will not create violence, and any violence invoked on you, you will have a simple intelligence to play the whole game. I tell you, greatest thing which you can learn from my life. If somebody asks me, Swamiji, can you give one gift from your life? This is the gift. With so much of persecution happening on me, still I am able to retain my restful awareness, which goes on radiating highest subtle truths every day. Please understand, when you are being persecuted in all directions, retaining your health may not be that big job. Even retaining a little bit of cheerfulness may not be that big job. But retaining the subtle intelligence which goes on churning out and responding and radiating highest, deepest, subtle spiritual truths, impossible. If any of you are lecturers, professors, teachers, you know, if you had one fight with your spouse 10 minutes, that whole day your classes are spoiled. How many lecturers, teachers, professors we have? Raise your hand. Then you know what I am talking. If you had one fight 5 minutes with your spouse, forget about fight. When you are driving your car, you missed a signal, got a ticket. You can't do your class that day. You can't talk what you prepared. If you are a lawyer or a professor or a lecturer, teacher, whose professionally required to remember subtle points and respond, even if you are taking the same class 20th time, you can't. Retaining the intellectual subtlety, stability of intellectual subtlety means only if your intellect is in complete restful awareness, it can go on churning out and come up with a new expression of the subtle truths. What I am talking is not like a day-to-day facts. A for apple, B for brinjal. For that, your intellect does not need to be stable. I know many of the Indian village schools, the teachers will be literally sleeping and taking class. Because they taught the same subject so many times, he will not even remember what he taught for last 1 hour, and neither the student will remember. That is different. It's like you be here because I will be asking you, I will be here because my superior will be asking me, that's all. You do what you want, I do what I want. Nothing more. So what I am talking is not that kind of subjects. It is subtlest truth. Had to be churned and made so light and alive so that it can become directly an experience in you. Just yesterday I was telling, you don't need any other proof that I am completely unclutched except my morning satsangs with this harassment and abusal going around. Nothing else is required. Even 1/100th of this harassment and abusal any one of you go through, forget about giving discourses on these subtle, deep subjects. Even ordinary, simple, balanced conversations will be impossible. Simple dialogue will be impossible. If you understand context is intelligent, you will not create violence, and you will have a deep, restful awareness to play with violence which was invoked on you. You'll just know, come on, next. All you need is just movement of hand. This is what I call airbenders. We bend air. And take care, no weapons touches us. Non-violence is a powerful energy which can bend air. Because when you are established in the understanding, you are one with the whole, and the whole is one with you. When you are part of the whole, and the whole is part of you, please understand that extraordinary ecstasy and the joy and the truth not only fills you, it fills the whole context. When you make context joyful, context makes you joyful. I said, I know when I make the context blissful, context strongly stands and tries to do whatever it can. So understand the life. Even if the context tries to throw violence on you, you be established in non-violence. You will have the right strategy planning. You will be able to play with it. You will be able to just bend the weapons and send them back. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. If you are established in non-violence, harmlessness, in your very presence, the enmity disappears. Many people come and tell me again and again, it's a big problem. I wanted to ask you so many things, I came near you and in your presence, all questions disappeared. All the thoughts disappeared. All the doubts disappeared. What to do, Swamiji? I tell them, if it disappears in my presence, understand it is not worthy of asking, forget about it. Then you are relieved from it. Established in zero TPS, in your presence, for others also, the suffering disappears. They become joyful. My own yoga master, Raghupati Yogi, I have seen how he will play with biomemory. If somebody is not able to do yoga, all fat, double, triple size people and all will come to him. He will straight away tell, hey, do Sarasasana upside down, stand upside down. He will not give any procedure and all. He will straight away tell, I think if you stand upside down, everything will become all right. And that fellow cannot stand even with his legs. He is so heavy. Even standing with his legs is so difficult. On his legs. And he'll just tell, stand on your head. And naturally he will be shaken. All he will do is he will call them and give one hug, that's all. I have seen with my eyes. In 2 seconds that fellow will just stand upside down, stand on head. The power of his biomemory, because he is established in yoga, that biomemory just gets transmitted. Same way, sometime he will ask me to pluck some flowers from trees. There are some trees which you can't climb. Very difficult. So I'll go and tell him, oh, I'm not able to climb, can I use stick to cut those flowers and bring? He will be making continuously a lot of medicines. So he'll ask me to get some flower, fruit, leaf and all that. I'll ask him, can I use the stick? He'll say, no. He'll give little water in a small cup and he'll tell me, go and pour this water under the tree and tell that I want that flower. And he will be shocked. Really, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you stories. I'll just go and pour that water and tell. And he will tell the exact word. I'll tell that Tata wants the flower. And the tree will drop the flower. Tata is the word, grandfather. We usually call him Tata. Means the grandfather. He wants your flower. That's all. The tree will drop the flower. I'll just bring and give it to him. Established in non-violence. He will say, and another thing, he will not pluck one leaf or flower extra. How much is necessary for that making the medicine? He will have that small stone kaluva. It is called kaluva in Tamil. Like a stone piece in which he will rub and make those medicines. Like a grinding thing. The village grinding thing. Way of grinding. He will add the whatever needed. Sandal paste and this leaf and rose water. And sometimes that the cow's urine. Cow's urine is considered as a medicine in Indian tradition. And you will add that cow's urine and start grinding. How much is required? Only that much you will collect. Established in non-violence. Many times I tried the same technique. When I used to wander, usually the tamarind rice is the only food I will make. Because the tamarind trees are there in the highways. I'll go and stand under the tamarind tree and pour a little water and touch the tamarind tree. Please drop few fruits. And it will really drop. I don't know how you will believe. And it will really drop. Still, 2 tamarind trees which are in my quarters, they don't sleep at night if I am there in the quarters. They don't sleep. The tree will close its leaves, usually in the night, especially tamarind trees. At least 10 times we have video recorded and we have a video proof. If I am there, it will not sleep. If I am not there, it will open up. If I am staying there, it will not sleep in the night time. It will be open. If I am not staying there, it will be closed and it will rest. Today no work. Understand? Establish yourself in the non-violence, ahimsa. You will simply see and radiate the joy and bliss in your very presence. All the violence will disappear. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashiva-samarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryanta Vande Guru-parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang is ahimsa, door to global peace. Before entering into the today's sutras, I'll share a few more understandings about yesterday's sutras, yesterday's aphorism. Pratipaksha bhavanam, that's the key word of yesterday's aphorism. Human mind basically oscillates between fear and greed. It continuously moves from this extreme to that extreme and that extreme to this extreme. The oscillation between the fear and greed is mind. Please understand, it's like if I have to give an example of a web camera. The web camera is here. This end and that end. That camera continuously moves to this end to that end, looking this corner to that corner. That camera is consciousness, and the movement from this end to that end is called mind. Your consciousness's attention when it moves from the fear and greed and fear, the extremes, that movement only is called as mind. As long as that movement is there, the highest possible coherence does not happen in you. Highest possible coherence happens when that consciousness just stays without oscillation. When that consciousness stays in restful awareness, then the highest possible coherence happens in your system. How that consciousness can stay without jumping between those extremes. Whenever your unconsciousness pulls you towards the fear extreme, consciously slap it with greed, then it will come to the center. When the unconsciousness was rushing towards the greed, consciously slap it with fear, it will come to the center. Understand? That is what Patanjali means when he says Pratipaksha Bhavanam. Whenever your fear is awakened, you forget greed. You forget about your future. I have seen people, when they get into the fear, they forget about their possible future and do more and more nasty things, get into big mess, which I know for sure many people are doing now. They have the fear that one mistake which they did is going to finish them off. But that fear makes them forget about the possible future they can have, and the greed disappears about the future and do more and more messy things and get into deeper and deeper troubles. Instead of one crime, now they are to face hundreds of crime. That is the unconscious flow of mind. Don't get into that mess. Same way, whenever you are caught in greed, you forget about the fear and you do some foolishness. Only after that you even remember the side effects and after effects. So the greed, when it takes over, you unconsciously slap your unconscious consciously with fear. It will come to the center. When the fear takes over, consciously slap it with the greed. It will come to the center. Being in the center suddenly raises you to the highest possible coherence. That is what I call niyamaha. So whether it is related to non-violence or non-stealing or non-greed or truthfulness or living like God, any vow, any law, any flow, whatever may be, please understand, whatever it may be, when the fear takes over, slap it with greed. When the greed takes over, slap it with fear, so that you are in center continuously and experience the highest coherence. What Buddha calls as middle path is exactly this. Constantly be in the center. Many times when people take sannyas decision, I tell them, no, don't. If you take whether sannyas or marriage or any decision, based on the extreme fear or extreme greed, you will be a failure. If you take sannyas or marriage or any decision about life, when you are in the middle, suddenly you will see you are taking the decision out of the niyama, highest possible coherence. Any decision taken in the highest possible coherence only should be executed. That is your life. But any decision taken in the extreme fear, extreme greed, you are in mess. Even if you are successful in that decision, you will be completely depressed and missing something vital in the life. Just yesterday, some volunteer did not respect the department head's instruction. It was brought to me. First thing I said is this only. Means that person is not interested, or the person has not taken the decision in coherence, in niyama. No. The person has taken the decision of volunteering in extreme fear or extreme greed. Get her out first. If the person has taken the decision of volunteering without the extreme fear or greed, on the highest possible coherence, the middle path, then the person will not have any problem with working with the department head. Because the person who is in charge of the department is supposed to be coordinating, thinking through, elevating, evolving the ideas. When you have a continuous tiff, it means the decision is not from the highest possible coherence. So any decision comes out of highest possible coherence will fulfill you and fulfill the world. Because you are the world. There is a very beautiful sutra. Tasmin tushte jagat tushtihi. Prinide prinitam jagat. If you are satisfied, whole world is satisfied. If you are happy, whole world is happy. This is chanted towards Krishna by a devotee. If you are happy, then everything is okay. Tasmin tushte jagat tushti prinide prinitam jagat. It is not only towards Krishna, towards every one of you. If your decisions are in highest coherence, you will be fulfilled. Means the whole world will be fulfilled. If you are fulfilled, the world will be fulfilled. Because world is you. You are world. The best way to put you constantly into the highest possible coherence, the niyama, I give you the process, please understand. The best way, take the life lightly and go on being joy. Take the whole world lightly. What is there? Okay. When I tell you any worst situation, only till you enter into it, the fear will be there. I tell you, even prison. After staying there for a few days, the fear went away. I really tell you. Of course, earlier also I did not have a fear. Ultimately, the being is fearless. But just even that social, so-called, I tell you the same way the death also. Only because you have not entered into it consciously, so much fear. Just be casual. When it comes naturally, consciously enter into it. Understand? Don't try to create death. No. Then it is suicide. Dangerous. No. Suicide will not lead you to enlightenment. When a natural death comes, mentally be prepared, consciously face it, go through it. Suddenly you will see, oh God, just for this, with this fear, I wasted whole my life. have been cheated so much. Same way, when you enter into the death consciously, suddenly you will realize, oh God, it is such a simple thing. Just for this, so many fellows exploited me. Showing this tumudumu, woo, jauju. Showing this foolish fear. So many fellows have exploited me. Society, politicians, so many. Take the life lightly. It is not worth of suffering. Life is not worthy of suffering. When you take the life lightly, joyfully, casually, suddenly you fall into the highest possible coherence. Things become more alive. Things become more light. Things become more practical. Things become more happening. Understand? As of now, many of your spiritual knowledge is not a happening. It is just there like a gudon. When a master happens in your life, all the spiritual treasure becomes happening. It is just day-to-day thing. Just yesterday in the healing initiation, one devotee asked me, from the young age, I am filled by Narasimha. Can I have you also along with Narasimha in me? I just said, don't even bother about me, Narasimha too. Where will you keep 60, 60 or 40, 40 or 50, 50? Don't bother. Just look. See Narasimha. That's all. I don't know what happened to her. I said, have the experience of Narasimha. And you don't need to bother about the 50, 50, whether 60, 40 or 30, 70. No. Just have the experience of Narasimha. You will see that only one will be there inside. There will not be two things. When the highest possible coherence happens, the conflict disappears. There will not be any conflict between the Narasimha and the master. I know what she has experienced immediately. Till now, Narasimha was a knowledge for her. When the master happens in your life, it has become a happening now. Narasimha is now living experience. Happening. Whenever the happening happens, conflicts disappear. When a master happens in your life, all your spiritual visualization, imagination, meditation, or ideas, thoughts, knowledge, everything becomes happening in your life. My only job is to make everything as a happening in you. So now the yama, niyama, all this, you read, heard enough, read enough, tried to practice enough. Now suddenly when the master happens, why? It becomes an happening. It is an happening. The highest possible coherence becomes happening in you when you are in the middle path, madhya pantaha, neither beaten by the extreme fear nor caught in the extreme greed. decisions taken in the highest possible coherence keeps you in yama and niyama. Understand? Yama and niyama are not set of rules. It is being in the highest possible coherence. Because those set of rules, if you start practicing as a rules, you will never be successful. I tell you. As rules, they will be utter failure. Patanjali is not an impractical master. I know there was a quack doctor in my village. Quack doctor means he doesn't know much, but somehow whatever little he knows, with that he tries to manage the scene. Means you would have been assistant for some doctor. 5-6 years when you are assistant to some doctor, you will know for stomach pain, white tablet. For leg pain, black tablet. For headache, green tablet. For kidney problem, yellow tablet. With color you come up with some idea. And you make a chart based on color. And if some company changes the color of their tablet, what will happen? So this quack doctor, whenever people go to him, if he is not able to diagnose, understand, he will come up with some impractical medicine. In Tamil there is a proverb, he'll say that கள்ளி செடிய ஆணி வேர் அறாம புடிங்கி உண்ணாக்கல படாம முழுங்கு. I have to translate. Kalli is a big plant. You will have to remove that plant without cutting the roots. The whole plant should be removed. Without even losing the smallest root. And after cleaning that plant, you will have to swallow the whole thing without that touching your small tongue. Is it ever possible? Then you know you are going to die with a disease. And at least you will not blame the doctor, he doesn't know the medicine. Patanjali is not that kind of a person who gives impractical solution. If you understand yama, niyama with your own translation in a superficial way, that is what you will think. When will I master the non-greed and non-violence, truthfulness? By the time I master, I'll become old. Then when will I start my asana and pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana? Already I am in samadhi. No. So yama and niyama are not laws and rules. It is the process of putting you into the highest possible coherence. Highest possible coherence. So understand, the essence is when you are slapped by your unconscious with fear, push yourself with greed and bring it to the center. When you are slapped by your unconscious by greed, push yourself consciously with fear and bring it yourself to the center. When you are in center, always you are in the highest possible coherence, centeredness. Bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for morning satsang is straight way out of ignorance. Straight way to be out of ignorance. In the sutra, Patanjali gives one of the powerful method, a technique to be out of ignorance, to establish yourself in yama and niyama, to raise yourself to the highest coherence. You will be surprised. Today's sutra is the longest sutra in the whole Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Patanjali never utters more than 5 or 6 words in one sutra, maximum 5 or 6. Sometimes just 2 words, one sutra. Even there is one sutra, only 1 word. Here, he gives a full, long 2 line. You can say almost with 21 words. Then understand the importance Patanjali is trying to give for this technique. I'll read the sutra and try to express the truth expressed in this sutra, embedded in this sutra. This is the 85th sutra of Patanjali in chapter 2, 34th verse. Vidarkaha himsaha adayaha krita karita anumodita lopa krodha moha purvaka mrutu madhya adimatra dukkha aññāna ananta phala idi pratipaksha bhavanam. Yesterday Patanjali gave us a technique how to create the contrary thoughts and establish yourself in the right yama and niyama, in the highest coherence. Now he is expanding on that same, giving an example, because he doesn't want people to misunderstand. Understand? This sutra can be very easily misunderstood. So he is giving us an example so that we don't misunderstand. We don't miss it, because just missing this one sutra, you may miss the whole spiritual practice. You need to have confidence over your understanding. Vivekananda translates this sutra as, the obstructions to yoga are killing, falsehood, and so forth, whether committed, caused, or approved, either to avarice, or anger, or ignorance, whether slight, middling, or great, they result in infinite ignorance and misery. This is the method of thinking the contrary. He is giving us the technique. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, the obstacles to yoga, such as acts of violence, and untruth may be directly created or indirectly caused or approved. They may be motivated by greed, anger, or self-interest. They may be small or moderate or great, but they never cease to result in pain and ignorance. One should overcome distracting thoughts by remembering this. Swami Sachidananda translates as, when negative thoughts or acts such as violence are caused to be done or even approved of, whether incited by greed, anger, or infatuation, whether indulged in with mild, medium, or extreme intensity, they are based on ignorance and bring certain pain. Reflecting thus is also Pratipaksha Bhavanam. Each translation, if you see, they are actually completely from different angle. This is the greatness of Vedic tradition. We give freedom to interpret as per the understanding of an Acharya. One funny thing, if you see, Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra in certain way. Swami Prabhavananda, who is disciple of Vivekananda, who belongs to Vivekananda Sampradaya, he translates this completely different way and has courage and guts to publish it, and people respect it. That is the amount of freedom we have. Understand? You can refute, alter, amend your guru's words. Vivekananda translates this as one way. Swami Prabhavananda belongs to the Ramakrishna order. Maybe after, I don't know, maybe 50 years of Vivekananda, he comes up with a new translation, sometime little slightly altered or even contrary. The greatness is, his translation is also accepted in the same order. The same order publication publishes both books. That's the greatness of our tradition. Freedom of thinking, freedom of understanding, and freedom to raise the understanding to the next level. I'll try to express as I experienced this sutra. Vidarka himsadaya krita karitanumodita lopa krodha moga purvaka mrutu madhyadimatra dukkha jnananta phala iti pratipaksha bhavanam. I'll tell you exactly how Raghupati Yogi, now I can remember the whole slide as it is. How Raghupati Yogi taught me this sutra. In Arunachaleshwara temple, place called Krittigai Mandapam, that was the stone Mandapa where he used to teach me the Yoga and Yoga Sutra. He was sitting on a wooden plank. I was sitting on some 4 or 5 pillows because he was trying to make me levitate. That's the way he will do. He will put some 4 or 5 pillows on bed and I have to sit on that. And I will have to continuously do the pranayam. Once I intensely do the pranayam and stabilize, do the kumbhaka, he will remove the pillows one by one. Then I have to be in the air. That is the way he will teach the levitation. If I am getting down, when he removes the pillow, then he will stop and ask me to do more pranayama and kumbhaka. And then after he removes all the pillows, if I am stable in the air, then he will get his pet dog to sit under me. That fellow will be sitting under me, so I will have to be holding on to that air. I cannot release. I will have to completely lock the kumbhaka. Because if I release, I will fall on the ground and I will fall on that fellow and that fellow will bite me. So I will have to be just holding on. Or even if I land, I have to land in a very slow way. Very slowly, in a very subtle way, I have to release the air. Not even through the nose. I have to release the air through the kurmanadi. Means such sensitive prana. Through the middle fingers, I have to release the air. Only then you can land very smoothly. If you release the air through the nostril itself, you will just fall. Because nostril is a too big hole. So that has to be locked. The releasing has to happen through the kurmanadi. Means subtle prana. Actually, when it is released, it is not called prana. It is called apana. The air which leaves your system, other than the nostril holes, is called apana. Through any part, if it leaves your system, it is apana. So, slowly I have to release and then land on the, I have to balance and land on the dog so that he doesn't bite me. So I was sitting on 4 or 5 pillows and he had an old book in which the Sanskrit sutra will be there and Tamil translation will be there. He read out the sutra. I was sitting and asked, what does it mean? And let me exactly tell you in Tamil, then I'll translate. Because it's a... அது ஒண்ணுமில்லடா. Exactly, I'll repeat the word. ஒரு எண்ணம் வரும் பொழுது செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு தோன்றதுக்கு பதிலா இது மாத்தா வச்சா, இது மாத்துனா நமக்குள்ள என்ன நடக்கும்னு பார்த்து அந்த மாத்து எண்ணத்தை விதைக்கிறதான் பிரதிபக்ஷ பாவனம். I'll translate. When a thought comes in you, without allowing the feeling that it should be executed, if you alter and put an alternative thought, establish that in you, is called Pratipaksha Bhavana. A very simple way he finished it. I'll explain. Step by step. This is a one technique, one process which you can practice whole day. This process only can change your muscle memory. Understand? If you unclutch, practice unclutching, your mind will be transformed. If you practice yoga, your body will be transformed. So each technique transforms some part of you. This is the only technique which can transform your muscle memory. Muscle memory means the part which makes the decision spontaneously to do any act and completes it before even you become aware of it. Your muscle memory is responsible for making decision, and without even micro-millisecond completing the act spontaneously before even you are aware of it. Please understand, as I was telling the other day, you do not act the way you act because you are habituated. No. You are trained. No. You have engraved memories. No. There is no specific reason why you act the way you act. There is only one thing we know. The moment the decision comes, such a spontaneous energy is released in you, Without even micro millisecond, the decision is executed. It becomes action, reality. See the funny thing. It's very funny and very difficult to understand. Grasping is such a difficult thing. So unless you understand the source of this, it's practically impossible for you to alter. Muscle memory is responsible for making the decision and executing it within micro millisecond before even you become aware. Such dangerous thing, you see. So the muscle memory need to be attended. This is the only technique which can attend the muscle memory. I need to expand on this technique more and more in a detailed way. Today I'll give you the simple meaning. Then I'll explain to you how to apply this sutra in every situation. See, Patanjali says, for example, violence is anti-yoga, against yoga. When you have the thought of violence, how to bring the pratipaksha bhavana, get yourself back to non-violence and not to allow the violence to get rooted in you. Remembering, no, violence will bring suffering and it will bring ignorance. I should not allow it. So he's teaching us reasoning. Is teaching us the applied science. A master of Patanjali's level coming down and teaching us the applied way. It means almost that this one process is so powerful, it can transform your being. If you transform your intellect, even emotion, not muscle memory, you are in suffering. I tell you. Because muscle memory is responsible for your actions. I have seen. I have had many disciples whose intellect and emotion was transformed. But unfortunately, they never transformed their muscle memory. That's why they missed me. Muscle memory transformation means every thought comes out only with a clear sensor system. Every idea, by the time it becomes alive, the awareness and consciousness has casted their energy, their shining, their knowledge on that thought. Even if few thoughts allowed without awareness can cause so much misery and suffering, can cause so much. I have seen people suffering because they allowed just simple one or two thoughts without this filtering system. So today grasp this basic meaning. whenever the negative thoughts which are against the yoga, the purpose of your life happens in you, analyze, understand, take that thought to its logical conclusion and create the opposite understanding, means the right understanding for the purpose of your life, and raise the coherence of your system to its highest possible peak. That is the right way of living, yama and niyama. Having confidence over your understanding and executing that understanding very strongly. The word confidence means courage to live and execute the truths you intellectually grasp. I have a story for you guys. One boy goes to his father and asks, "Dad, what's the difference between confident and confidential?" Dad says, "You are my son. Of that, I am confident. Your friend Timmy is also my son. That is confidential." Sometime you need to time the stories properly, time the jokes properly. So understanding about confidence, the courage to live the truth and execute it in your body language. Patanjali puts a very beautiful example in right place, because we all suffer with this one suffering, unable to get back to the highest ideal in practical life. So no shortcut. This is the only way. Again and again and again, creating the Pratipaksha Bhavana means creating contrary thoughts to negativity and bringing yourself back to your center. It's such a difficult job. People feel lazy. That is why sometimes I need to push them to do that job. Sometimes I use love, or sometimes I use the fake or so-called hatred to push them to get back to their center. Because inability to create Pratipaksha Bhavana means inability to create the contrary thoughts to negativity and destroy negativity will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you, over. Your life is in hell. You are done. You are done. Even if it is fake, the restful awareness and peace and joy which you get through the fake ideas, please understand, Those experiences will become solid and the fake ideas will lose its power over you. But even if it is so-called logically strong idea, if you are restless, suffering, tortured inside, those torture, restlessness and suffering will stay inside, and these strong logical thoughts will become more and more powerful over you. So understand, the goal and the scale should be the restful awareness. So Patanjali puts the right truth in the right sutra, in right place. Just now he taught us on yama and niyama, highest coherence of life, and told us how to be established in that, and giving us now technique, the applied technique. When you have violence, what to do. Is giving us an example. First time in Patanjali Sutra I am seeing an example. He doesn't wait to give example only. He just gives the sutra and goes. He knows, because his disciples were such high intelligent people. If he is giving example, means something very important. Timing is very important, and making disciples understand, very important. Please understand, it's a very important process for all spiritual seekers in the life. Creating contrary thoughts to negative thoughts, because whenever negativity rises in you, don't give up, don't flow with it, don't go with it. Again and again and again stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I'll write down. And whenever I have any confusion or necessity to understand, I'll read that. I'll carry the book always with me. That is like my extension of heart and brain. Extended heart and brain. I used to call that as my book. Now I am trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. Almost it's like I'll remind me. All my Pratibhaksha Bhavanas are written in that. So practically any negative thought which can come to a human being, I have solution in that book. And I'll always refer to it. It's almost like my guide. I'll continuously cherish, and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand, even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. Timing is very important. I have a story for you about timing. Little dirty, it's okay. Sometime, for the sake of understanding, it can be accepted. A man was in the restaurant and he suddenly realized he has a gas problem in the stomach. He needed to release the gas. The music was really loud, so he thought nobody will notice. He timed his gas with a beat of music. After a couple of songs, he started to feel better and relieved. He finished his coffee and noticed that suddenly everybody is staring at him. Then suddenly he remembered and realized that he was listening to his iPod. Time it properly with understanding. Don't time it based on your iPod. No, timing is really important. Ramana Maharshi says very beautifully, ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போது அகத்தினி இலையோ அருணாச்சலா. O Lord, when my five senses entered my house to rob me and to rape me, where were you? Were you not in my inner space? So when the negativity enters to rob you and rape you, immediately bring the security, the right understanding, right attitude against the negativity. Timing is very important. Timing, immediately responding to your negativity. Catch the thief in right moment. Catch the negativity the moment he enters your house. Don't wait. You can talk to him in the police station. No. That won't work. It's like putting the camera everywhere. What is the use? Thief has disappeared. What will you do? I tell them, put better locks than the bigger cameras. Bigger cameras are useful if you have the people who are sensitive and afraid. And if not, better to have locks. Thief is not going to be bothered. The camera is there. He comes and robs and goes away. So understand, the moment negativity enters you, put the brake, stop it. Have the inner awakening and immediately create the right understanding so that you can be out of that negativity. I'll expand on the sutra every day till it is completely understood for different situations. Because this is the one sutra I practiced more number of times in my life, more than unclutching. Because unclutching just in 2 times, 2 moment I realized it, over. Once I tried, second time I experienced, that's all. There was no third try. But this only made my whole bio-memory pure and radiating. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadaşivasamarambam Shankaracharyamadyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for morning satsang Vidarka, the ultimate reasoning. The 84th Sutra in Patanjali Sutras, in chapter 2, 33rd verse. Vidarka badane pratipaksha bhavanam. Let us enter into the sutra. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra as, when thoughts obstructive to yoga arise, contrary thoughts should be employed. Swami Prabhavananda translates the sutra as, to be free from thoughts that distract one from yoga, thoughts of an opposite kind must be cultivated. Swami Satchidananda translates as, when disturbed by negative thoughts, opposite, positive ones should be thought of. This is Pratipaksha Bhavana. Here the word Vidarka has to be understood in a different way. The word is used with so many different meanings in so many different places. I used that word more for logic, which leads you to the beyond logic, the right logic, feeling connection, the ultimate experience. Here you need to understand the sutra. Vidarka badane pratipaksha bhavanam. When thoughts obstructive to yoga arise, contrary thoughts should be employed. Pratipaksha bhavanam. Patanjali is giving us a very simple but powerful technique to make yama and niyama possible in your life. Please understand, whenever the yama or niyama is taken as a rules and regulation, your mind always deviates and doesn't want to do. Because the moment it becomes a rule, law of life, you want to resist. You say, no, how can I escape? The whole mind starts doing project planning, strategy planning. It develops all kinds of reasons. I have this pain, I have that pain, I think I am going to get fever. I may catch cold. And if I catch the cold, and if the same thing continues, it may become wheezing, then it may become asthma, then I may die. Better today I don't need to go to Pada Puja. Mind always plays. That's why I told you. Understand the yama and niyama. Yama means not just law, the power of executing law. The power which executes law. So don't be just person below the law. Be the being which executes law. If you understand the yama properly, it's a wealth, power. The source, you will stay in the source from where the laws are executed. In the whole world, there are only two ways. People again and again ask me, Swamiji, why this universe? Why all these problems? Why all this? I tell them you have only two options. One, go on questioning, and be a fighter and die. Or become an insider and see the grandeur of the universe and enjoy. These atheists, they go on promoting the universe does not have an independent intelligence. I tell you, no. That is why all these fellows who sincerely believe in atheism will be in deep depression. If you only preach atheism, do not believe it, you are saved. You are saved from your net which you created. You are saved from the poison which you are supplying. There are few people intelligent. They preach but don't believe. At least they are able to save themselves. I tell you, universe is independent intelligence. You are questioning or your inability to understand its grandeur logically is not going to stop it, is not going to hinder it, is not going to disturb it. Either you develop your logic and catch its juice, become an insider and enjoy the whole cosmos. That's what I call enlightenment. Or go on questioning. Like a dog which stands in the street one corner and barks till it drops dead, seeing the elephant walking from the river. Elephant will not even know dogs are barking. Sometime by mistake elephant turns towards the direction of the dog, not to look at the dog, for some other reason. Suddenly these dogs, they don't even turn back and run. They will just, they won't even have intelligence and energy to turn back. They will put their foot back, tuck, and disappear. I am telling all the atheists, come on, it is time. I am turning my eyes towards you all. Disappear into some atala, batala, sutala, talatala, some lokas. Or better disappear from all lokas. So the cosmos is free. The logic which can't grasp the independent intelligence of the cosmos is the source of atheism. I tell you, become an insider of cosmos. You will be in the source from where the laws are executed. Become Yamadharma, so that you don't need to be bothered about yamas. But till you become Yamadharma, who executes the laws, you will be tortured, suffering by the laws. Same way niyama. It is not rules. It is raising your life to a highest coherence. As I was describing yesterday, Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani. Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani. When you keep the internal and external purity, you will raise yourself to highest coherence. When you keep yourself always blissful, the family in which you are living, you will raise the whole family to the highest coherence. If you have tapa, ability to bear the suffering, have tapas, ability to accept and bear the pain but not causing. Through tapas only, you will inspire the whole community. You will raise the whole community's frequency into the highest coherence. It is my tapas, the ability to bear the tremendous patience, that is raising huge international spiritual community to the highest possible coherence. I am seeing all over the world our community, our disciples, millions of disciples are raising themselves to the highest possible coherence, just seeing the strength or tapas, ability to bear but not cause pain. Ability to bear the pain but not causing the pain. Strength. Swadhyaya means reading, understanding, and raising your intellectual capability to grasp the truth, to be in the highest possibility. If this is done, the whole civilization will be put into the highest possible coherence. That's what I am doing every day through the morning satsang. Swadhyaya. Again and again and again. Giving these great understandings. I am creating shastradaris. Understand? Shastra shastradaris, not just weapon warriors, who are having shastra shastra, knowledge weapon, shastradaris, who embody themselves in the great spiritual understanding, constantly raising the spiritual understanding. I'm helping the whole civilization to its highest possible spiritual coherence. Ultimately, Ishvara Pranidhanani, surrendering completely and relaxing into the cosmos. Even if one person relaxes into the cosmos, the whole cosmic consciousness raises to the next level. So by the Ishvara Pranidhanani, you bring the whole cosmos to the highest coherence. So, Yama and Niyama are not laws and rules. It is the source from which laws are executed and highest coherence possible in you and the cosmos. When you understand this, whenever your body and mind is not interested in following the Yama and Niyama, you will create the right thoughts. Patanjali says, Pratipaksha Bhavana. Early morning, if your body says, no, I don't want to get up, tomorrow we'll go for satsang, I'll see the discourse in the Pada Puja. Just tell yourself, this is the way you are wasting the life. I am not going to listen. Pratipaksha Bhavana, strong will, no. Jump out of bed, run to the bathroom, pour cold water on your body, be here in 2 minutes. Pratipaksha Bhavana, that is what Patanjali says. If your mind is slipping from brahmacharya, no. This is my life. Pratipaksha Bhavana. Creating opposite thoughts and aligning yourself to the Yama and Niyama. In the initial level, this needs to be practiced again and again and again. Raising yourself. Whenever Kudarka comes, bring Vidarka back. In the initial level, spiritual practice, without this Pratipaksha Bhavana, millions waste their whole effort and just disappear. So Pratipaksha Bhavana is such basic important truth. Raising yourself to the right understanding by the right logic and right thinking. Create Vidarka to remove Kudarka. That is what Patanjali calls Pratipaksha Bhavana. So just meditate on this one truth today. Put all your mind, willpower, energy, intellect to align yourself to this yama and niyama. Anything against the yama and niyama happens in your mind, just uproot that thought. Uproot that idea and create Vidarka to yama and niyama. Install yourself. Establish yourself. Instill yama and niyama in you. Establish yourself in yama and niyama. Don't waste your life in unawareness and not practicing. Especially when you take master for granted, that's where these problems come. Morning, 5 o'clock, it's okay, we can go for yoga tomorrow, we can go for dhyan tomorrow, we can go for satsang tomorrow. No. Yama and niyama is life breath. That is why Patanjali says, create Vidarka and remove Kudarka through the Pratipaksha Bhavana, creating opposite to the negative thoughts. Establish yourself in ultimate Vidarka. Just take this one message today and digest it. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang, niyama, coherence of life. I wanted to express some of the deep truths to you just now, which I experimented. During Pada Puja, you would have seen me making some mudras and creating some intense energy with different groups at different times. I was experimenting the great truth of the Vedic tradition. I'll now reveal some of the important findings which I made just now. First thing, I was trying to keep all the hundreds of trillions of cells of your brain at a time alive, whoever is sitting inside this hall. That's the first thing I tried. Not only I was surprised, I was shocked, and I found it did not take much energy, just a will. I saw the whole group, the whole non-mechanical parts of the brain become alive and awakened. There are few whose kundalini is awakened and whose body is jumping. I was trying to scan what happens to others whose body doesn't move. I saw very clearly, whether your body moves or not, the non-mechanical parts of the brain becomes alive, awakened. Sometime for some people, through biomemory also, that energy gets released. For some people, the biomemory itself does not releases and it just relaxes. So please understand, today I discovered very clearly, whether your body shakes or not, if you are in this presence, the process which I am doing is happening in your system. Rest assured. That's the first thing. Second thing, I want to tell you how it is happening. First, actually, the energy connection happens with the people whose body is moving in the Kundalini. They only first receive signals. That's the way it was happening, I saw. The next thing, suddenly, all the other people who are inside that net, all their brains also just falls into coherence. It's almost like if you are taking a fork near a vibrating fork, automatically this fork also starts vibrating in the same frequency. Same way, these bodies which are vibrating in the Kundalini are like vibrating forks. So any body inside that area, circle, suddenly those brains also gets raised to that coherence. Another important, very funny thing I saw, you will see, now what I am revealing will be proved in next few hours through proper evidences and examples and testimonials. When I was raising the hand to the male side, I could see all over the world the male bodies which are sitting now and connecting with me, all their coherence came in the same frequency and tune with the people who are sitting here. When I was raising the hand in the female side, I saw all the female bodies which are sitting around the world and connecting with me was raised to the same coherence. When I raised both the hands and raised, I saw all the people who are sitting around the world all of them experiencing intensely the same coherence, the same frequency. You will see now thousands of people sending their testimonials and experiences now in the NTV and Facebook and Twitter, saying, yes, yes, yes. You will hear now, I don't know how many yeses you will hear in 2-3 hours. The next thing I discovered, if you are having feeling connection, even if you are not physically in this space, wherever you are sitting, the space does not limit you. If this time, wherever you are sitting and trying to connect with me, you fall into that same coherence and your Kundalini raises. If you just have feeling connection and your Kundalini is awakened, you are initiated at least once in the physical presence, the necessity for being in the physical presence disappears wherever you are at this time. Connecting, you raise to this coherence and experience the intense spiritual awakening. Next thing I realized, if you go through the process of working on the tip of the nose, just now I discovered, see, the aging starts in your body at the tip of the nose. Every day, for example, you are now 1 day older than yesterday. So how that 1 day becoming older spreads to your biomemory? First, your tip of the nose becomes old. Oh, 1 moment old. Then that message goes to all the system, all over the system. Then all of them say, yes, now we are 1 moment old. Now we are 2 moment old, 3 moment old, 4 moment old, 5 moment old, 1 day old, 1 year old. So the first part which perceives aging in your body is tip of the nose. So if you put your awareness on the tip and unclutch from Kala, time, the process which we did in the inner awakening, if you are initiated into that process, you are not even bound by this time. Whenever, wherever you want to sit and connect, you will see awakening. You will see your frequency raising to this coherence and Kundalini experience happening. Understand? If you are just initiated into unclutching, your Kundalini is awakened even once. You don't need to have experienced shaking of the body and rolling and all that. If you experience that, then it becomes foolproof, over. Even if you have not experienced those things, if you are initiated, if you had the energy experience during the initiation. See, there is a group, when they come near me, intense experience, their body can't stand and jumps, rolls, does everything. But where they are sitting there, they may not have levitation. Understand? You are also already initiated. Even if you have that initiation, wherever you sit, you are now free from space. Wherever you sit at this time, that morning, when the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is happening, as on now it is 7:30 to 8:15. The Indian Standard Time. Sit wherever you are and connect. You will see the awakening. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. You don't need to do that chaotic breathing. You don't need to do the humming. You don't need to put the awareness. You don't need to unclutch. All the four I am doing it at a time. See. So you don't need to do all this individually, independently. All 45 minutes, all the 5 processes I am doing at a time. In Nitya Dhyan what? What are the 5 processes? Chaotic breathing, humming, putting your awareness on energy centers and awakening Kundalini, and Guru Puja. Is it not? Unclutching and Guru Puja. These 5. All these 5 in Nitya Dhyan happens 7 minutes. Here the whole 45 minutes, all 5 at a time happens. Your Kundalini is awake. You are already doing chaotic breathing. And you are doing Guru Puja and what not. Understand? Just this 45 minutes. If you are initiated, you are free from space wherever you sit. Just sit. Don't miss. Don't miss. Just sit. Towards the direction of where Swamiji is residing. And connect. You will fall into that, you will raise into that coherence. And experience the Kundalini. If you are initiated into the process of handling time, that the process of unclutching at the tip of the nose from the time, means one, the boredom. If you have mastered time, you will not have boredom in your life. Understand? Please understand. Somehow, in these next few days, I will have one more sitting with you guys. Break this boredom. The moment you break boredom, you can make time out of consciousness. Like a thread out of cotton, you can make time out of consciousness. Your body will not experience the worst anti-effects of time on you. Your body and mind experiences the negative effects of time on you only when you are bored. Do not expect excitement from something other than time. Let the time itself excite you. Let the movement of time over you itself excite you. Don't expect something else also should come along with the time. See now, Kala, time is continuously moving on you. But you expect along with Kala some more pleasures to come to excite you. When those pleasures are missing, you feel bored. If you are feeling bored with Kala, you are fighting with time. No. No. Work on the tip of the nose means unclutch. Putting your awareness on the tip of the nose and break free from Kalatraya. Please understand. When I say the word Kalatraya, it's 3 different modes of time. I am not saying past, present, future. No. Excited, bored, anti. Sometimes you are excited about time. Sometimes you are bored of time. Sometimes you are against time. This is Kalatraya. Excited about the time is expectation about future. Bored of time is unable to be in present. Afraid of time is the fear or the negativity which you have about your past. This is Kalatraya. Break free from that Kalatraya by unclutching, by putting your awareness on the nose. In Yoga Sutras, we have a process called Samyama. Samyama means Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, all three put together. That is what I mean exactly unclutching. If you bring your awareness to the tip of the nose and unclutch from the passing time, the boredom created by time, excitement about expectations of time, the times may happen, and the negativity you carry about the times which had happened. Unclutch from that. You are now free from time. So you don't even need to sit in particular time with me, to be with me. Wherever you are, just connect. I'll be there and you will be there, we will be there. Together. If you are initiated into unclutching, you are free from space. If you are initiated into the unclutching from time, you are free from time. Wherever you sit, whatever time it may be, just feel connected. Immediately you will see you raise to that coherence and you are experiencing N effect. I could see clearly today morning. I saw this whole area is in such high frequency coherence. You guys do not know how much you are contributing to the world peace just by sitting and unclutching in the Master's presence. I could see like a whirlpool, that N effect happening and swallowing and destroying negativity. We are the black hole of negativity and big bang of N effect. I could see very clearly morning wherever people are sitting and connecting, just that same N effect happening, like a energy race, especially where my form is represented through photograph or murtis or padukas. Those energy centers just lit up. I could see cosmic lighthouses. Please understand how in the ocean, if the boats are lost, they see the lighthouse and reach the shore safely where they need to reach. I could see the souls which are lost in the cosmic darkness. The moment they see these lighthouses, they land in those houses or in those areas and continue their spiritual journey. I myself used Arunachala as the lighthouse to land, to do what I want to do. I am so happy. Nobody can destroy what I brought to the world. See, because any person having even little bit of insecurity will just run away. I had hundreds of mirrors reflecting me. I saw mirrors reflects the pure consciousness only in one side. I realized if there are hundreds of diamonds hanging around me, how it will be? This energy can be reflected in multi-dimension. So all I did is I saw this candle, that insecurity, the mirrors which are not capable, pat, 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 breaking to pieces and running away. And the diamonds which are really strong, standing up and getting nicely polished. Two, three processes I saw. Some diamonds, even though they themselves go through the insecurity, means it's like a polishing moment, the diamond will reduce in size. Means that all the insecurity part is getting removed. All the stone parts are getting removed. So even the people who were diamonds earlier now became very more polished, shining, sophisticated, high quality diamonds. The unnecessary stone part is getting nicely. Anyhow, now I am seeing the fully polished, shining diamonds. And some are getting polished. Only one thing I want to tell you, the diamonds which are getting polished, insecurity, fear and all that, never jump out of the hold. That's all you need, nothing else. I will go on grinding you. Just don't jump out of the jar which is holding you. Nothing else. When those diamonds are polished, the polished diamonds I can see, they radiate, reflect me not in one direction, in multi-dimension. So more and more energy centers, more and more N effect, more and more spiritual energy on the planet Earth. We will create Satya Yuga. We will create highest coherence in the human consciousness by awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brains and raising the level of whole consciousness in the planet Earth. I know. I can see very clearly, especially people from this inner awakening. When you go back, each one of you will become a lighthouse, N lighthouse. I can say really, honestly, it is just now we start our mission. What we were doing all these years was preparation. I was just sitting on the river bank and sewing the stones and picking up and trying to find out, can this become a diamond? No, all right. Can this become a diamond? All right. Can this become a diamond? All right. Can this become a diamond? All right. Oh, I think this can become a diamond. Come on, keep it here. So, I was just working. And when I see, oh, this stone, the moment you touch it, it just becomes pieces. And I throw it in the river and they go in the flow. Say empty person, abusal, and go into the flow. It is now, just now, I have some strong few diamonds to shine. I could see very clearly the N effect happening beautifully around the world. Understand? When the N effect happens in one body, it is awakening of the Kundalini, and non-mechanical parts of the brains are awakened. Brain is awakened. If few people sit together, the same raising of the highest frequency and coherence happens. That is creating an effect on the group meditation, satsang. If a group sits in a city and creates the same N effect continuously at particular time for specific days, the N effect is created on the very city. And if a group sits, different groups sits in different parts of the world and create the same highest coherence at same time every day, the N effect is created on the planet Earth. Seekers, rishis, munis, gandharvas, yakshas, they all also join us in the same time, sitting in their places and connecting. It creates an effect on the whole universe, because it is time to create Satya Yuga. I declare boldly and courageously, the energy which I brought, the amazing positive effect and conscious effect which I am doing on the planet Earth is necessary, basic necessary for planet Earth. And Cosmos has decided to veto me. Vote for me. Vote for me. So it wants this greatest conscious effect on the planet Earth and in the universe. I saw it very clearly. That is why such a strong effect is happening everywhere. I tell you, from today, all the Paduka Mandirs, wherever my Padukas are there, which are energized, blessed by me, in all Paduka Mandirs, the Vibhuti Kumkum will start coming from Padukas. It will be a physical, visible expression that N effect is happening. You will see in 48 hours how many SS are coming to NTV. Because I am seeing his Maya has become so powerful that doesn't want this Satya Yuga to happen. I saw, no. Maya does not want the unqualified people to be part of the Satya Yuga happening. It's not that she doesn't want The Satya Yuga happening itself should not happen. No. It's not that she feels that Satya Yuga itself should not happen. No. Satya Yuga should happen by the master, but all the fellows who are unqualified to be around the master in this great happening should not be there. He is so compassionate, he will not send them out. Let us create the insecurity, and that is what Maya decided. So, we are winning. We will win. I could see very clearly the coherence happening. Beware from tomorrow, when you put your padakas, just see that there is nothing in the padakas before puja, and after the satsang is over, see what all is maybe there. You can see visibly in the padaka with which you are worshipping, or you are doing puja. I could see the coherence happening with the highest frequency. The LEP, I said, 10,000 people should be levitating at a time. All the LEP participants felt, how can that be? Only we are some 10, 20 are levitating. Now suddenly see, in this inner awakening itself, and the explosion of people catching that highest frequency is just, I have put the fire, even I cannot withdraw it. It is not ordinary California fire, helicopters can put it off. It is not California forest fire on some hills, helicopters can put it off. No. It is fire from the hill of fire, Arunachala. Cosmic fire. The great spiritual, conscious coherence happening. I could see coherence of life. Let's enter into the sutra, what Patanjali has to tell. It is 83rd sutra in 2nd chapter, 32nd verse. Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani, Niyamaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as internal and external purification, contentment, mortification, study and worship of God are the niyamas. Swami Prabhavananda translates as the niyamas are purity, contentment, mortification, study and devotion to God. Sachidananda translates as niyama consists of purity, contentment, accepting but not causing pain, study of spiritual books and worship of God. Let me give my experience on this sutra. Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani, Niyamaha. First understand the word niyama. Niyama means creating the highest possible coherence in your body. A man who can create the highest possible coherence in his body is enlightened. Who is trying to create highest possible coherence in his body is a seeker. Who has created the highest possible coherence in his body is enlightened. Who can create that same effect of highest possible coherence in few people is an enlightened mystic. Who can create the same highest possible coherence in more people, but with practice, training, and the sadhana is an enlightened master. Person who can create the highest possible coherence in his body, in any number of bodies, just by is an incarnation. Highest possible coherence being created in any number of bodies by the presence, nothing else, is called incarnation. The coherence is niyamaha. Niyama means coherence. All I am trying to do is creating coherence in more and more number of bodies. Not only that, creating bodies which can create coherence in other bodies. I tell you, don't be afraid at all. A few days before, many people were asking, Swamiji, when I start talking about you to people, they have so much negativity, they are not receptive. My spouse is not receptive, my family is not receptive, they are shouting, fighting, nothing. Now go back and just touch them, nothing else. Get into this mood of coherence and touch them, that's all. Initiate them. Look into them. Nothing else is required. I am not just making you guys as warriors, Javans, ordinary Javans. No, I am making you commanders. Now we need spiritual commanders. Go back and talk to them. You talk, just touch them, that's enough. Confidently just tell them. Now I have decided I am going to radiate enlightenment through all of you. Because we need strong lighthouses all over the world, and strong highest possible coherence need to be created in different places all over the world. We need enlightening houses and enlightening centers. Niyama means creating highest possible coherence. Here, Patanjali gives a very powerful technique to create highest possible coherence in you, in the community you are living, in the society you are living, and ultimately in the whole civilization you are living. Saucha, internal and external purity. If you are pure internally and externally, you will create coherence in your body. Santosha, happiness, bliss. If you are carrying that blissful body language continuously, you will create the highest possible coherence in the community you are living, in your workplace, in your house, wherever you are. Tapaha, ability to stand any persecution. Understand? Persecuted man has a strength and juice which no ordinary man can have. Only if you are creating, people may go after you, try to persecute you. Understand? In political field, how many people you destroy, how much you can charge, that is your power. In spiritual field, how much you can stand, that is your power. Tapaha, if you have the tremendous ability to stand this persecution, the very civilization, society in which you are, you can transform. You can put the whole society into the highest possible coherence. Understand? Through my tapas of accepting but not causing pain, millions of seekers around the world are raising and connecting with me. So, I am transforming the very community in which I am living by this tapas, bearing, accepting and not causing pain. Tapas. If you have tapas, accepting all the suffering without questioning, suddenly you transform the whole community in which you are living. Understand? If you have saucha, inner and outer purity, you put your whole body into the highest possible coherence. If you have santosha, bliss, you put the community in which you are living into the highest possible coherence. If you have tapa means bearing, accepting the pain but not causing. The whole society in which you are living, you will put the whole society in highest possible coherence. If you have swadhyaya, constant strengthening of your highest ideas, highest ideals, you will put the whole civilization in which you are into the highest possible coherence. Ultimately, if you have Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to the ultimate, you will put the whole universe into the highest possible coherence. Understand? Niyama means raising yourself to the highest possible coherence. Through these 5 techniques, Saucha, Santosha, Tapas, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani. Through these 5, you can put your body, the community in which you are living, the society in which you are living, the civilization in which you are living, the whole universe in which you are living to the highest possible coherence. So, understand? I have given a complete new understanding to Niyama. The true understanding to Niyama. I bless you all to be and make the whole universe into the highest possible coherence. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the morning satsang is the law of making laws. Let's understand why laws are made. When more than one persons have started living together in the planet Earth, and the logic of what you can have, why not me have, has started happening in human body, the system of law got created. Please understand. And more than one human being has started living together. Even if two people have started living together and started thinking, what you have, why not me also? First thing, when human beings have started living together, they understood the comfort and the positive points that living together brings. Protection from other animals, other tribes, natural calamities, thousands of things. And even the life becomes more sophisticated, luxurious, wealthy, rich, less hard. The human beings have realized, yes, living together brings a lot of good things. Then the problem came, why not me also? To come to an understanding, the system of law is created. This is the basic root. Why laws are required? Then so many things started evolving around it. Responsibility of a person, duty of a person, and freedom given to a person, powers given to a person, and restrictions on that person, punishment for breaking the responsibility or restriction or misusing the powers, all that started evolving. Basically, human beings, when they started living together, the understanding they created amongst each other to live happily, safely, has evolved as laws. You will not kill me, so that I will not kill you. Let both of us live. This is the law. First, it is an understanding, then it is evolved as a law. In the sutra, Patanjali is trying to reveal one of the greatest secret, how the laws are created, evolved, and reached its purpose, or reaches the fulfillment of its purpose. Let's enter into the sutra. Ete jati Desha, Kala, Samaya, Anavaschinnaha, Sarvabhauma, Mahavratam. This is the 82nd sutra in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and in 2nd chapter, 31st verse. This one sutra puts my understanding about Patanjali beyond comprehension. Because Patanjali is represented always as a person who taught you how to stretch your body or blow your nose, do some kriya and have enlightenment. No. He is something far beyond. He is not just a spiritual figure. He has brought that spiritual understanding into the social life. This one sutra is enough to give the base for all the countries' legal systems. If any country lawmakers understand this one sutra and create their laws, align their laws based on this sutra, whole country will be an enlightened civilization. They may not even need to use the law. Please understand, I am not giving you some fantasy or fairy tale. No. I am not giving you the hope of some utopia and all that. No. I am telling you the practical root understanding about law. Human beings need to be handled with a lot of love, care and compassion. When you create a law and when you execute a law, basically you need to know the need of the law. Very beautifully Patanjali describes in this one sutra how, why, when, what for laws are. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as these unbroken by time, place, purpose and caste rules are universal great vows. Swami Prabhavananda translates as these forms of abstention are basic rules of conduct. They must be practiced without any reservations as to time, place, purpose or caste rules. Swami Sachidananda translates as these great vows are universal, not limited by class, place, time or circumstances. Before giving my own translation, I wanted to dive deep into every part of the sutra. A simple literal translation is these great vows, the vows which he explained in last sutras, Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya. 5. He says they are universal, not conditioned, restricted, limited, irrespective of birth or station of life or desa, locus, place or kala, time or samaya, condition, situation, circumstance. All these things does not matter. Beyond all these things of desha, kala, samaya. Jati, desha, kala, samaya means the birth or the species, the station of your life, the place of your life, the time and the conditions, situations of your life, circumstances. Beyond all these things, these 5 vows are universal. It's a simple basic translation. In this one sutra, Patanjali reveals some of the major conditionings of human beings. See, all your conditionings can be reduced just to this 4. Jati, Desha, Kala, Samaya. Jati means birth. In which family you are born. More than in which family you are born, in which family you are brought up. The number of DNA strands awakened during your birth depends on the parents you choose. Please understand. The whole Vedic civilization was an experiment done with a great understanding, providing a space for the souls to land again and again consciously till enlightenment. We had an experiential understanding. Human souls come down, evolve, then come down to evolve more, then get enlightened. So we made our civilization itself is like a beautiful cosmic airport for the lowest level soul. We provided opportunity to evolve. Once he evolves and leaves the body, we provide an opportunity and right families where he can land and evolve more. Then we provide opportunity for a place, ambience where he can again land and evolve more. Understand? When he is in the level of 5th state of consciousness, for example, he is supposed to reach the 7th state, 5th state of consciousness is in. When he takes birth in a particular family, somehow gets confused and starts relating with the people who are in the 1st state of consciousness. His whole life's purpose will be wasted. His whole life will be wasted. Our masters are so intelligent, they segregated properly. They created a separate place, way of life, for people who are in every state of consciousness. And they created a separate place even for those who have fallen. If you have taken birth in the 4th state of consciousness atmosphere, but somehow by the accumulation of the unnecessary new desires, you have fallen to the 3rd level or 2nd level or 1st level, lowest level of people, even for you, there was a separate place. They tell them, all right, at least you be separate so that you don't spoil others. They know desire and lifestyle is more contagious disease than chickenpox or any STDs. For any disease to be transmitted, if it is an STD, you need a touch, the body fluid transmission. If it can be spread through air and all that, you need to at least be in the breathing space. But this desire and lifestyle is so contagious. You don't need to be in the breathing space. Just hearing, thinking, visualizing is enough. The disease has got you. But our masters does not want souls to suffer the most contagious disease of the planet Earth, desire based on lifestyle. They do not want you to suffer with that. That's the reason they created a beautiful separation for a different group and mental setup of people to exist in a different way. I tell you, surely jati, the birth, the place where you are born place where you are brought up plays a major role in your life, the flow of your life. Modern day psychologists are saying, you finish learning 90% of the things which you learn in your life by the age of 7. After 7, everything is only addition or little deletion, nothing else. But the core is already formed. I can say from my own experience, whatever is said and done, the parental conditioning does not leave the biomemory till the body is burnt and reduced to ashes. It's very difficult. Like a Bhishma in Mahabharata war does not die till the coronation. Only after the Dharmaraja's coronation, Pattabhisheka, Bhishma dies. Bhishma represents parental conditioning in the Mahabharata war. Dharmaraja represents the expression of enlightenment in the body as the beautiful cosmic understanding. When you achieve enlightenment, how that beautiful, extraordinary cosmic understanding radiates through your body, breathes through your body. That is represented by Yudhishthira, Dharmaraja. So, only after the enlightenment, parental conditioning dies, not before that. Jati is one reason of conditioning. So there are some laws which need to be created based on your birth and the place where you are brought up, the ideas with which you are brought up. Because I tell you, there are hundreds of things I can't even understand. One example, when my father passed away, after that I went to US for a trip. One of our Western devotee with a lot of concern and love asked, Swamiji, when will your mother remarry? I was shocked because in India, we don't even, the very idea does not exist. I can see my mother laughing. No, really. But that person is not able to understand. She's after all less than 50. Actually, when my father died, she's below 50. Hey, she's only not even 50. Half of the life is there. Why will she not remarry? Just this is what is the jati, the place where you are born and brought up. Forget about considering. Nobody will even think. At least from the place where I was born and brought up. And I know hundreds of widows, even at the age of 30, if an husband dies, after 30, they don't remarry. I know from the family where I was born and brought up. There are. Even if the woman is 30, whole life, she will live alone. Ramakrishna says, if he is given one more opportunity to take one more birth, he says, I should be born and get married in a very young age. Before even I see my husband, he should die. I should live as a young widow. Because in the Hindu tradition, the Indian community, the young widow is protected and kept respected, and nobody tries to intrude in our life. He says, I should have a small place where I am growing my own food, and whole day I should be thinking, remembering, living with Krishna. Krishna as my husband, and I should live in that ecstasy. That is my fantasy, Ramakrishna says. Now this idea says very clearly, if you are a young widow, the very idea of getting remarried does not exist. Even if you are a young widow. He says very beautifully. And not only that, even the village jamindars or the womanizers don't put their eyes on the young widows. They put their eyes on the prostitutes, dancers and other people. Young widows, they keep distance. No. Because that becomes a lifestyle. The place where you are born and brought up plays a major role in the laws created around you, for you, necessary for you. Laws created around you, laws created for you, laws which are necessary for you. That plays a major role. Patanjali has done an amazing research to write his Mahabhashya. He has written a world's best grammar book. I can say not only best, largest grammar book. He has written a book on grammar, how to create grammar for all languages. Please understand, the Patanjali's Mahabhashya on Panini Sutras is not just grammar of Sanskrit. No. If you study that book, you will know how to create grammar for any language. You can just create a language. If you study Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, you can create a religion. If you study Patanjali's Mahabhashya, you can create a language. If you study Patanjali's works on Ayurveda, you can just create a health order in the world. For body, he created Ayurveda. For words, he created Mahabhashya. For mind, he created Yoga Sutra. That Mahabhashya, I wanted you to understand so that you will understand the depth of this sutra. In that time, when there was no transportation facilities or communication facilities, he studies 300 different dialects of Sanskrit. Sanskrit was spoken in 300 different ways all over the India when Patanjali was writing Sanskrit grammar, when he was defining and creating grammar book for Sanskrit. Still, I am not able to comprehend how he did it. For each word, there are 300 different understanding. Patanjali, I don't know how he managed, studies all 300 communities and how that word is used in all 300 communities, compiles, unites, connects, bring them all to a common acceptable understanding and presents it. If any of you have read Mahabhashya, only then you will appreciate his grandeur and understanding. Unimaginable. I can say, if all non-mechanical parts of his brain, which science says 100 trillion, that's what science is saying, 100 trillion alive, independent, intelligent parts which can perceive, process, deliver informations are there in your brain. 100 trillion. I was studying some researchers on brain. I am saying 100 trillion. I think they are saying 100 trillions, not even 100 trillion. Hundreds of trillions, that's what I mean. I think they said. Anyhow, even if Patanjali's all that parts of the non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, even then I can't comprehend how he was able to manage to travel all 300 communities. And another one thing, if you want to study in one community how the Sanskrit is used, you need to stay with that community at least 10 years. And I don't know how he was able to manage staying in all 300 communities, or whether he called one person from all 300 communities and studied together. Even then, He need to grasp from each person about each idea and word. Impossible, forget about it. How he grasped. And another one funny thing, not only grasped, he brought them all to a common consensus, a common acceptable understanding. Then he delivers his Mahabhashya. I tell you, I personally feel, after reading this sutra, he did not gather people from all 300 communities. He personally went. That is the reason he is able to understand how the laws are created, because this one sutra describes clearly how, why, when, what for laws needs to be evolved. The jati, birth, is one of the important conditioning for the laws to be evolved. Then comes desha, means the place, locus, place where you live. In some country, not taking bath should be a crime. In some country, taking bath too many times should be crime. In some countries, doing the same in different time is crime. When there is a water shortage, you can't water the lawn. When there is enough water, if you don't maintain the lawn, it is crime. Just desha, the place, is another important conditioning. Understand? If you understand these basic things, you will be liberated by the laws, from the laws. Liberated from the laws is one thing. Liberated by the laws is another one thing. If you are liberated by the very law, you are free forever. If you are liberated from the law, please understand, if you are just liberated from the law, you are free forever from the law. But if you are liberated by the law, not only you are free from the law, you will be able to use the law positively as you want. Like a airbender, law bender. You should not only be liberated from the law, you should be liberated by the law itself. Law says, I liberate you, please do it. Do what you want. Then you can play with the law. Then you will have the intelligence and energy and capacity to create law. Here, understanding about the deeper secrets of law of the cosmos, which naturally leads to understanding of the law of the country. Desha, based on the place, the conditionings which you accumulate, is the one more reason for laws. I can give you hundreds of examples. In some countries, driving in the right is right. In some countries, driving in the left is right. Based on the desha. Then comes kala. Even in the same desha, based on the time, laws differ. Understandings differ. Time is another important conditioning. Samaya, condition, situation, occasion. This is another important conditioning. Circumstance. These conditionings, condition, kala, desha, samaya. Jati, kala, desha, samaya. These four are the major conditionings with which you suffer. Understand, each law which tortures you, take that and analyze with these four. Jati, desha, kala, samaya. You will be liberated by that law, from that law. For your own life. Your own life. whichever community you are in a spiritual community or outside world or anywhere, analyzing based on jati, desha, kala, samaya, you will at least know, oh, in these areas there is no law. It is just bullying. In these areas there is law. We need to abide. So liberation from law and liberated by the law, both happens when you understand these four conditionings and how the law applies to these four conditionings. Patanjali says, these five vratas, ahimsa, satya, asteya, aparigraha, brahmacharya, means the non-violence, truth, non-greed and non-stealing and living like God. These five great truths, great vows are beyond all these four conditionings. See, each layer of your conditioning need to add more laws to you. But Patanjali says, even if you don't have any of this conditioning, you are beyond all this conditioning, these five vratas apply for you, universal. Then we should understand, how can any vrata apply for even people who are beyond these four conditionings? That is why I say it is not vrata, it is a wealth. The ability to live with minimal things is a freedom. Ability to live independently joyful is a freedom. Ability to live in the complete truth, understand? The complete truth about life brings you such a settled feeling inside, you will not have any inner conflict or suffering. That was my strength to handle this whole scandal. A complete, fulfilled integrity on truth. No suffering. How much ever they try to dump suffering on me, no suffering. And non-stealing means non-desires to others' wealth. Not trying to take over some temple or ashrams of some Swami when he is in trouble. Or trying to create trouble so that he can grab. Never had the problem of trying to grab others' property. It's a big wealth. It's a big freedom. You don't need to sneak in secretly into their ashrams or temples and brainwash their devotees. Non-stealing is a wealth. Living like God, independently ecstatic, is a wealth. So understand, that is why Patanjali says, Sarva Bhauma Mahavratam. Universally, these principles exist beyond the four conditionings. Which jati you are born? What is your parental conditioning? What is your country? What is the time? What is the situation? No problem. This five has to be lived. Means not as a law. This will be lived only if you understand these five are wealth to you. Not as just law forced on you. To realize this five is wealth to you, you need to be awakened consciously. You need to be enlightened. That is what Patanjali means. All these 5 yama is not a law. If you have that one understanding, whole thing will tumble down. No. Then you are in the same rut. Not a law. It is the law and energy which enforces the law. Both are called yama. So go to the source of law, from where it comes. You will experience the energy which enforces the law. Whenever you go to the source of law, you are liberated from the law by the law. All these 5 wealths which are there in your consciousness beyond all these 4 conditionings. If this 4 conditioning is removed from you, jati, kala, desha, samaya, means the birth, place, time and situation, only pure consciousness remains in you. So these 5 things of truth, non-stealing, non-greed, non-violence and living like God are the wealth kept in your consciousness. So break these 4 conditionings and get into your conscious wealth. Live that. That is what is yama. Then you don't have yama. When you live in yama, you don't have yama, death. I bless you all. To achieve, experience, live and express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryanta Vande Guru Parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today I will continue on the yesterday's sutra. The sutra which I was elaborating yesterday. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigrahaha, Yamaha. Non-killing, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-receiving are called Yama. This is Swami Vivekananda's translation. And as Swami Sachidananda translates, Yama consists of non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-greed. Yama is abstention from harming others, from falsehood, from theft, from incontinence and from greed. We need to understand Yama first. As I said yesterday, Yama is not just the law, the energy which makes the law into reality. Law enforcement energy. Both are called Yama. When you realize the source of both, you don't need to practice all these things. It will happen through you. Please understand. You are supposed to work for enlightenment. You are supposed to look in and unclutch. When you unclutch, this is the way your expression happens. Like a breeze, you will be untouched. These great vratas, I can say more than the word vrata, the word flow, that will be the right word. These 5 great expressions will be just your quality. It will be just flowing through you. Please understand. When a man does not have any thought during the breathing, his whole breathing is pure prana energy, no thought, pure prana energy. That is why he can just blow away the people. It's a pure energy. That is why any word which comes out of that air directly gives you the energy and experience and elevates you. See, during the process, all the deeper process you do, nothing is used there except my word. I just say, let all the memories in your system be healed or disappear. That's all. Words. But they are so powerful, your very being shakes. Sometimes it comes out in the form of word or formless air. But whatever way it comes out, it just straight away starts working, creating energy in you. When you become prana, anything flows through you becomes prana. So when you become Brahman, the way of life you live is brahmacharya. So put your effort to become Brahman, unclutching. Then how you live is celibacy. The celibacy word is a too poor word to translate brahmacharya. Brahmacharya means living like God. You will live like God. You will live like God. So brahmacharya is not a vow or ordinary vrata. It is a wealth. It is a luxury. It's an extraordinary ecstasy. Brahmacharya is an extraordinary inner experience. Freedom from the other person, freedom from the partner, freedom from the other, without depending on the another body to give pleasure, just your own inner spiritual ecstasy, inner spiritual being. The other day I was describing this Divya Sariris who sit around me as Divya Sariri. I was telling them that they were describing that when they get into that Kundalini experience and the spiritual experience, it is such an intense ecstasy in the body. I said, after this ecstasy experience only you can start the brahmacharya life. Because you don't need somebody from outside. Just remembrance, enough. You are there in ecstasy. You are there in bliss. Smarana matrena. Just by remembrance, the bliss, smarananandam, just by remembrance, the bliss. The ecstasy and bliss of every law here Patanjali describes as brahmacharya or non-violence. Non-violence is such a joy. It is not just a moral code. It is such an ecstasy. I can honestly tell from my heart, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I give refuge to the whole world. Not just intellectually, experientially. Somehow in my heart, that non-violence is residing as a wealth. Understand? It's there in me as wealth. These great vratas are not just vows or rules to be followed, laws to be executed. They are wealth to be enjoyed. Understand from the other dimension. Celibacy is a too poor word. Brahmacharya, living like God, is a wealth to be enjoyed. Not having the need or the craving for another one body to give you pleasure is a wealth. Such big freedom. Brahmacharya is a wealth. Non-violence is a wealth. Aparigraha is a wealth. Aparigraha means living with minimal things. I am talking about living with minimal things, sitting in a golden throne and wearing the golden kandi. Because without these two also, I can be in the same highest blissful mood and express the same great truths beautifully and strongly, clearly as I am doing now. Then we have the doubt, then why this golden throne and why this golden kandi? These two are here just to add the status to the great ideas I am expressing and I am representing. Not to me. Understand? If it is for me, without this, then I should not be able to express what I am expressing, what I am radiating. No. I can sit in an ordinary, not even sit on the floor, and express what I am expressing verbally or through energy. These are, see, in the ordinary human eyes, there are some things which adds value to what is represented. That is why in the Hindu tradition on the deities and gods we put so much of gold, so much of silk clothes, so much of valuable items, just giving a statement. So I am giving a statement to the world. The ideas which I am expressing, the ideology which I am representing is worthy of being worshipped with this golden throne and the golden kandi. That's all. That is the reason, not just me. Anybody who sits and teaches as Acharya in the Dhyanapitham, I have given golden throne for them. Of course, even this throne is not golden. It is made out of copper and gold painted. Anybody who, in the ashram, who conducts class, the Yen satsangs, who does the job of sharing these great truths, sits in golden throne and wears the golden kandi. So it is a job. When somebody does that job, they receive that respect. That's all. The throne and the kandi is given for the truth which is represented. Sometimes I see funny scenes. These acharyas, they sit in the golden throne, wear the golden kandi and take classes and teach everything. In garden he is a gardener. In the IT department he is a software engineer. The throne is an acharya. That's all. So these are like tools and instruments to give a statement, nothing else. Aparigraha means non-stealing, non-violence, non-stealing. These are great wealths. These great qualities are great wealths. Living with minimal things is one of the great wealth you acquire, because your body and mind is prepared to live wherever you want. It is such big freedom. Satya, asteya, aparigraha, ahimsa, brahmacharya. Please understand, the truth, living like God, being non-greedy, living with minimal things and non-stealing, and non-violence. These are some of the greatest wealths. If you think it is just a moral code, you have a wrong understanding. Then you will struggle to practice and you will always abuse others are not practicing. Understand, in the right way, it is a wealth. Then you will have it, and if others don't have it, you won't blame them. You will only be sympathetic towards them. Living with minimal things brings a tremendous grace and freedom to your body and mind. Living like God just makes you experience the ecstasy. Living with non-violence, you will have a deep restful awareness inside you, understand? When you have violence towards somebody, please understand, you are having violence inside you. Violence is like fire, first going to burn you before you put it on others. Me not having violence is not just a moral code. I am in ecstasy constantly. Come on. It is just because I don't have violence inside and I just know my life's purpose. I'm just going ahead with my life's purpose. Having violence towards somebody is wasting your life, because at the end you will realize, oh God, you wasted so many years just because of your foolish violence towards somebody. You have come here to achieve something in your life, but you got stuck with somebody else's life. Surely you never come down to disturb somebody's life. You come down to enrich your life. But you are wasting your time and energy in disturbing somebody's life. Suddenly you will see a strong blow happening in your life and telling you, you wasted your life. That is the punishment for being violent and trying to disturb others' life. So, understand the truth of non-violence, ahimsa, non-stealing, asteya, living with minimal things, aparigraha, brahmacharya, living like God. Understand the truth of all these four. That is what is truth. Truth does not mean here, satya does not mean just like a parrot talking only the facts. Talking only the facts is one dimension of truth. Understanding the truths of all these things properly is truth. That is satya. Satya is not just talking the facts. It's a one dimension of satya. But satya means understanding the truths of life. And your whole body, mind and speech and everything in tune, aligned to the truths of life is satya. I bless all of you to have these great 5 wealths. Ahimsa, satya, asteya, aparigraha, brahmacharya. As Patanjali describes. Ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha, yamaha. These 5 vows, these 5 wealths, let you all have an experience. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryanta Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang is hidden truths about laws of life. If you don't understand laws of life, you will have loss of life. If you understand laws of life, naturally, life will not be lost to you. Sometimes life itself becomes a big loss when you don't understand the laws of life. Not only losing life, life, even living, becomes a big loss. Understand, losing life is something like a death or paralyzed. But you are living, but it's a big loss to your consciousness, means depressed, going in the wrong direction, without awareness. Then it's you are living, but the whole thing is loss. Life is a loss. If you are living and life is a loss, it is the most dangerous thing. That's what I call depression or going in wrong direction. Every day your life should be adding something more and more and leading you to the deeper and deeper truths and higher conscious levels. If that is not happening, you are losing life. If more and more clutches you are getting caught into, you are getting into the more and more deeper and deeper ruts, understand? Then you are going in minus. Let's enter into today's sutras. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, Yamaha. 81st Sutra in 2nd chapter, 30th verse. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, Yamaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as non-killing, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-receiving are called Yama. Swami Prabhavananda translates as Yama is abstention from harming others, from falsehood, from theft, from incontinence and from greed. Swami Sachidananda translates as Yama consists of non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-greed. First of all, I wanted to express an important truth about Yama. The word is very powerful. In Sanskrit, it has so many meanings. One, the flow. Another one, the law. Third one, the very force which makes the whole thing flow as per the law. I wanted all of you to understand an important truth. Please understand. Law and the force which makes the whole thing to flow in law are one and the same. Judiciary and execution and law enforcement, everything is one and the same in cosmos. When all these things become separate, that is where the corruption comes. That is why all country laws suffer. Cosmic law never suffers and it never creates suffering. I was doing some research 2-3 days before. Came upon with an important, very beautiful research which clearly proves You do not act because of your mental setups or beliefs. Please understand. Very clearly they are proving with tons and tons of evidence. You do not act in certain way just because of your mental setup or habit or even your beliefs. They say, you just do not know why you act that way. Just micro milliseconds before the action, the decision is taken and it is executed. After that, you go on sitting and doing postmortem. Otherwise, the decision to act and act, please understand, decision to act and acting, action, both simultaneously just happens in your system without any logical background, without any logical understanding, without any logic behind it. That is why in the Vedic tradition, we always give importance to altering the consciousness, the very source from which law and action erupts out spontaneously. If you believe only in action, means the body, there is nothing beyond body, you go on trying to alter your actions and end in deepest failure and depression. That is why all the morality imposed on the society, community, individuals who are not consciously grown leads more and more to depression and schizophrenic conditions. First thing we need to do is conscious awakening. Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. The individual inner awakening has to happen. Then simply the decision maker and executor will be in a pure consciousness. The person who is making decision in you and acting in you will be in pure consciousness. No danger from your actions can come to you or to others. Please understand. Yama in Sanskrit language is not just law. One meaning of the word yama is law. The other meaning is the energy which executes the law. So in Sanskrit, the very word yama clearly expresses the very concept of what our master's understanding, the original truth. Law and execution are not two different energies. As long as you think that is two different energies, you will have a constant conflict. That is why I say, yama should happen, not to be practiced. Whoever is trying to practice without raising their awareness are in difficulty. I am telling you. Struggle, and if your struggle is too strong, depression. If it is really, really, really strong, schizophrenia. That's all. These are the solutions. If you understand the word the yama, all of you know that yama means the lord of death, means Lord of law, who executes all the law and the flow. You need to have the clear understanding about the ultimate truths that human beings are beyond body and based in consciousness. If you don't have that ultimate understanding, you will always understand law and execution as two separate things. Because as far as body is concerned, it is law. It's like, if you think you are only body, you will understand the word yama as law. Because you do not understand there is a space which is responsible for law and execution. Only if you understand there is a space which is responsible for law and execution simultaneously, you will be able to understand this word in a broader and deeper understanding. Otherwise, if you understand the word yama as just a law, it is very mediocre understanding and mediocre translation. You need to understand the Sanskrit word yama, not just law and the execution power. And this research which I was studying very clearly proves you do not act just because of your habits or your beliefs or because of your earlier decisions. No. There is no logic. Just the decision and action happens without any gap, not even micro-millisecond gap, spontaneously in you, and you just do it. It happens. Means the consciousness is responsible for your every action. Even though he is not directly involved, he is responsible for your every action. Because your body and mind is in so much love with the consciousness. Understand? Not in control of the consciousness. It's the wrong understanding. Your body and mind is in so much love with the consciousness. Even though he is not directly involved in any action, but he becomes responsible for all your actions. If you think, your body and mind is controlled by the consciousness. That is why consciousness is responsible for all your actions. You are fear-based person. If you think your body and mind is completely in love with the consciousness because of the charisma, energy, the enchanting power the consciousness radiates. That is why you just do whatever consciousness wants, even though consciousness is not directly involving. If you have this understanding, you are a spiritual being. The ultimate truth is your action and the decision to do that action happen spontaneously without even micro-millisecond gap in you and gets executed. After that, you can do post-mortem, either justify or feel guilty whatever you want to do, you can. But the truth is, both are one and the same. It just expresses spontaneously. Understand? There are some mediocre minds which can go on repeating the same syllabus, same subject for any number of times. I have seen there are some gurus, the same set of class and programs they will conduct any number of times. But they can't come up with some new understandings and truths every day. Mediocre, same kriya, blowing nose, same set of ideas, go on teaching for any number of years. It is easy for them. Mediocre mind. There are some masters who can break the logic every day, blow off the mind, shake the people. Every day which comes out of them is one big step towards the higher consciousness, one big lift towards higher consciousness. But the problem is they will not be able to do the same set of classes and programs. There are some rare individuals who can play both games, where he can take off and break the mind and logic, boil the whole being. With every satsang, with every time when he opens the mouth, you drop your mouth. Something new. You always think, oh, he cannot take us further, deeper, further, higher. But you are there. Next day again, one step higher, one grade higher. The same way, tremendous patience to take people through the same set of programs. People ask me many times, how do you manage that both drama? One side, every day something new. The other side, the same set of programs without feeling tired or bored. Because the mind which continuously reveals new great things will feel bored to conduct the same type of programs. The mind which conducts the same type of programs, monotonous, set, will not have the ability to open and share new expressions and explosive things. How do you manage these two, Swamiji? Many people ask me. Understand, when I share great truths, revelations, new, higher level truths, raising you every day higher and higher level in the morning satsang, I am myself. Just I am radiating, raising you continuously, raising the whole human consciousness continuously. When I conduct the program, again, I am very clear, the program is same for me, but not for you. People who are sitting in front of me are completely new group, new batch, new people. So there I am doing it for you. So when I am very clear I am doing it for you, I just see every session opening your being and you raising. Morning satsang, I am expressing how I am raising. When I say I am raising, I mean the enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate every day exploding on human consciousness. That is what is morning satsang. Creating the yen effect verbally and physically on the human consciousness is morning satsang. And the classes are creating the same yen effect on a small group. So there I am more centered on you. So every person after every session raises. So naturally it is not same for me again. But if you don't know the person is raising, if you are not that conscious, then the program will be monotonous, same, boring, dull. But your mediocre mind, if your mind settles with that, after 2-3 years you will stop feeling bored. Like a parrot you will repeat, please close your nose, blow it 8 times, raise your hand and blow it 7 times. You will become a tape recorder. And very easy to pick up any one technique, one kriya, one yoga and popularize it. Because it's almost like a selling, marketing. There are some international MNCs, the multinational companies. Go to any of their retail store, ask about a product, exact words they will repeat. Programmed, trained. I tell you, I am not interested in just producing some set of teachers who will go and sit and repeat the same type of program and come back. No. I am actually working on creating the acharyas who can sit and conduct satsangs. Means every day something new they will be opening up and revealing. Understand? People ask me, Swamiji, somehow we are not able to produce large number of teachers because neither me nor our Sangha is mediocre. Only mediocre people can produce mass number of teachers because it is frozen. By heart, repeat, come and vomit. Still we are not able to freeze even our first level program LBP because every day I am developing last 10 years. I feel no, something more can be given, something more can be said. Because we understand the law and power which executes the law. Both are same from the superconscious state, expressing itself simultaneously and spontaneously. Understanding about Yama, as I shared now, will completely change your understanding about how to live those great truths described as yama. I'll explain the deeper truths explained in the sutra, expressed in the sutra. Ahimsa satya asteya brahmacharya parigraha. In a deeper way, the next satsangs. I have one more story for you. An older couple had a son who was still living with his parents. The parents were a little worried as the son was still unable to decide about his future career. They decided to do a small test. They took a $10 bill, a Bible, and bottle of whiskey and put them on the front hall table and hid, pretending they are not home. The father's plan was, if our son takes the money, he will be a businessman. If he takes the Bible, he will be a priest. But if he takes the whiskey bottle, I am afraid our son will become a drunkard. So the parents waited nervously, hiding in nearly closet. The son arrived and he saw the note in the table. Then he took the $10 bill, looked at it, and slid it in his packet. After that, he took the Bible and flicked through it and took it. Then he grabbed the bottle, opened it, and took a whiff to get assured of the quality. Then he left his room, carrying all 3 items. The father slapped his forehead and said, "Our son is going to be a politician." As long as you think the law and execution power are too different, you are in an ignorant society. You will be creating an ignorant system. Get back to Manu's understanding about human consciousness. First thing needs to be done first. Human beings need to experience higher state of consciousness. Then law and order will be in order. I bless you all. Let you all achieve, experience, live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang, yoga, expression of bliss. Today's sutra is 80th sutra, 80, and in 2nd chapter, 29th verse. Yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhyaha, Ashtau Angani. In yesterday's sutra, Patanjali was talking about the 8 limbs which need to be practiced. I think he is giving a revision. Now he is describing all the 8 limbs. Vivekananda translates this as Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi are the 8 limbs of yoga. Swami Sachidananda translates as the 8 limbs of yoga are Yama, abstinence, Niyama, observance, Asana, posture, Pranayama, breath control, Pratyahara, sense withdrawal, Dharana, concentration, Dhyana, meditation, Samadhi, contemplation, absorption of our superconscious state. Swami Prabhavananda translates as 8 limbs of yoga are the various forms of abstention from evil doing, Yama, and various observances, Niyama, posture, Asana, control of prana, Pranayama, withdrawal of the mind from sense objects, Pratyahara, concentration, Dharana, meditation, Dhyana, and absorption in the Atman, Samadhi. I'll try to give my own experience on this Ashtanga. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Yama means aligning your actions with your understandings. Please understand. First thing you need to do, whatever understandings you have about life, align them with your actions, or align your actions with those understandings. I am giving you the practical technology, technique for this Yama and Niyama, all these practices. Please understand. Not only I am giving you technical knowledge, I am giving you the technique also. Yama. Aligning your actions with the understandings you have. First, in the initial level, when you start the spiritual practice, the basic thing is align your actions with understanding you have about life, about cosmos, about God, about world, about humanity. Align your actions along with the understanding, or in tune with the understanding. This is Yama. Then comes Niyama. Increase your understanding to the higher and higher level. Raise the level of your understandings about these basic truths higher and higher through the right ideas. That is what is Niyama is all about. Sadhana and receiving the right knowledge, these are the Niyama. Please understand. Yama means aligning all your actions with your understanding. Niyama means raising your understanding continuously. Third comes asana, preparing your bio-memory for the intense spiritual experience and breakthrough in your consciousness. When the deeper strands of DNA gets awakened, when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, your body needs to hold that energy. The after and side effects of that, your body should be capable of holding it. It should be capable of radiating it in a balanced way. That is what I am doing. Actually, these 21 days, that is the exact thing I am doing. I am making your body capable of radiating it. Now I am seeing slowly that too much of jumping, levitation, everything is settling. But the experience is becoming more and more intense inside. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, when people gather for wedding, before the feast starts, there will be a lot of talk. Where did you buy this jewelry? Where did you get this cloth? The bride is really decorated, or this house is amazingly decorated. All kinds of things goes on. And the moment people sit down for eating, more than 60% sound noise reduces. The moment food is served, people start eating, almost 80% noise reduces, only 20%. Serve this, get rice, get laddu, get buttermilk, only this noise is there. After the whole crowd starts eating, feast is going on, no noise is heard. Only the chup 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 sound of the curd or the rice. Ramakrishna describes very beautifully in his own inimitable village Bengali style. Same way, I see only first few days of the levitation and samana and intense energy, too much jumping, rolling, doing Anga Pradashana of whole Chitsabha. Nothing is recorded of. And too many reactions. It's not that now you stopped getting experience, no. But the experience has become more intense. It is not moving your skin. It is moving your very consciousness. So it is settling with the system. Asana is required to settle the experience with your system. Tremendous strength. If asana is not done, you will take the spiritual experience for granted, master for granted. Asana will increase the ability and sensitivity to experience the inner joy continuously. I tell you, without asana, the conscious experience which you have will be forgotten by your bio-memory within few months. With asana, it will stay there forever. Then comes pranayama. Blowing your kundalini. That's the literal meaning of pranayama. There are only two ways. Either you blow it or I blow it. You yourself blowing your kundalini. There is a beautiful lady Siddha, Avayar, in Siddha tradition. She sings very beautifully. மூலாதாரத்து முண்டெழு கணலை காலால் எழுப்புங்கருத்தறிவித்து இடைப்பிங்கலையின் எழுத்தறிவித்து கடையற் சுழுமுனை கபாலமுங்காட்டி. Means the fire which is in the root center, the kundalini. Please show me the way of awakening that with the air, through the prana. Technology of awakening your bioenergy, purifying your bio-memory is pranayama. Then pratyahara, withdrawing your awareness from too many objects, withdrawal. That is what is exactly pratyahara means. Dharana means centering that awareness on one object. Dharana, centering. If your awareness is not centered on yourself, you will be continuously attacked by too many unnecessary fears. I'm really telling you. I was really shocked when I started traveling in Western countries to see the amount of fear they carry about the terror attacks. They say orange alert, yellow alert, red alert. In Mumbai, evening the attack goes on, some 200 people are dead. Next day morning, that road is busy. Back to its business. Every day, somewhere, here or there, some blast goes on in India. You will not see the regular life is disturbed. It's a one more news, that's all. I'm really shocked when I saw in the Western countries how that terror attack creates fear. How the whole country shivers. The biggest problem for the terrorists is whatever they do, the Indian consciousness is untouched. See, as a country, we don't feel shaken. I have really seen so many people dropping from the meditation programs and registrations. If there is some red alert, orange alert in Western countries, here Bangalore, some bomb blast will be going on, and people not a one person or two person will drop from coming to a class or session or satsang. We will not even know. Next day we may get the news. These few cities are under constant threat and attack. I think just, 1 year or 2 years, there was a serial of bomb blast and 50 people died in Varanasi. 46 or 50 people. Near Sangat Mochan, Hanuman temple. And even this Ganga Arati. During Ganga Arati they killed people. They killed, put the bomb. No disturbance. Next day Ganga Arati has started as usual. Not a single day the spiritual routine was broken. Next day in the same ghat, Arati goes on. Dharana is responsible for fearlessness. Any dharana happens, the fear will lose its grip over you. Understand? Dharana is such a basic qualification for survival, not only for enlightenment, very survival. Dhyana means pure awareness, the restful awareness. Samadhi means became consciousness. The awareness is settled in your biomemory and became consciousness is samadhi. So yama, aligning your actions and understandings. Niyama, raising the level of your understanding. Asana, preparing your body for the conscious breakthrough. Pranayama, awakening your Kundalini Shakti, bioenergy. Pratyahara, withdrawing your awareness from too many outer world objects. Dharana, centering it on the inner awareness. Dhyana, restful awareness. Samadhi, pure consciousness. Nobody, I can challenge, nobody except Patanjali is able to give such a logical, mathematical, scientific, step-by-step method to enlightenment. Everybody after Patanjali are Patanjali's followers. Whether it is Buddha or Shankara, anybody happened after Patanjali, directly or indirectly, Patanjali's followers. There are some who are intelligent and courageous enough to declare Patanjali's name boldly and give the credit to him. There are some just plagiarism, catching some kriya, stealing some kriya and nose blowing techniques from Patanjali and not giving credit to Patanjali. Marketing, not paying royalty is okay, but at least giving credit. Anyhow, anybody after Patanjali is follower of Patanjali. These 8 limbs, please understand, these are 8 parts, not 8 steps. 8 part means all 8 should simultaneously happen in you. That's a method for enlightenment. I bless you all, let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Shiva Samarambha Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang, Yoga, the science of bliss. Yoga is not just path of bliss, it is science of bliss. Please understand, path means some parts, some people may not be able to travel. Science means equal, reproducible on every person. Every possible mental and physical setup can experience. Only then it is science. Maybe a little bit of education and preparation is necessary for you to experience. Other than that, no other prerequisites, no other reason can be given. Yoga is a science of bliss. We'll enter into today's sutras. Yoganga anushthanat ashuddhi kshaye jnana deeptihi aviveka kyateha. Yoga anga anushtanat asuddhi kshaye jnana deepti aviveka kyate. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, through the practice of different parts of yoga, the impurities are destroyed and knowledge is kindled, leading up to discrimination. Swami Prabhavananda translates as soon as all impurities have been removed by the practice of spiritual disciplines, the limbs of yoga, a man's spiritual vision, opens to the light-giving knowledge of the Atman. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by the practice of the limbs of yoga, the impurities dwindle away and there dawns the light of wisdom, leading to discriminative discernment. Again in this science, Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra. The sutra is in the second chapter, 28th verse, in the whole Yoga Sutras, 79th Sutra. Again, Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra, practicing all the limbs of yoga. Yama, niyama, pranayama, asana, of course, third is asana. Yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. These are the 8 limbs of yoga. Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra the practice. The big problem is, biggest problem for the spiritual seekers is go on accumulating, acquiring knowledge because it gives you so much of excitement and never practice. Really, I am telling you. Why do you think most of you pay so much money and come and sit here? Because you know you will never practice in your house. See, all of you know, whatever you are hearing in the inner awakening is already in the YouTube free. More than what you will hear in these 21 days is available. In the 21 days, all 21 days put together, you will never get to hear 800 hours sessions from me. And 800 hours sessions are already in the YouTube. And nothing new or more I can say other than what I said in 800 hours spread over 8 years. Then why all of you are here? You all know this big problem. You tried, nothing works. At the most, you try to do some practice for 3 days. Maximum 4th day, 5th day. What about you? Even I can't do anything. As long as that biomemory is there, human biomemory, it has to be elevated, trained, and put to practice by an elevated biomemory, experienced biomemory. No other way. Nothing can work, nothing can help. Patanjali is dealing with one of the biggest problem the human consciousness is facing. Not practicing, non-practice, practice, practice. End of Bhagavatam, there is a very beautiful commentary for Bhagavatam. Somebody asks the Bhagavatakara, Sugabrahma, is there, see, you describe thousands of auspiciousness happens when an incarnation happens on the planet Earth around him. Is there one bad thing, one thing can go wrong? Not even one bad thing can happen, not even one thing can go wrong. Is there any possibility? Can you describe? Then Bhagavatakara takes a lot of time and then suddenly wakes up and says, yes, one thing can go wrong. All the rishis got curious. What can go wrong around an incarnation? Come on, tell us. He says, because of his abhayam and sharanam and aishwaryam, people can become lazy, take him for granted and not establish themselves in the truth and suffer after he leaves the body, which happened to the Yadava community. Understand? Whole Dwarka, Yadavas, they all were in ecstasy when Krishna was in the body. But unfortunately, the abhayam, sharanam and aishwaryam, the abhayam, the refuge he gives, and sharanam, the moment you touch his feet, any problem you have disappears and dissolves. So you don't understand the problems can haunt you. The problems never look as problems as long as his saranam is there. You are at his sharana, at his feet. And aishwaryam, the joy and the abundance in the inner world and the outer world which he radiates, you lose yourself into it. Unfortunately,